This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get anxious when my gas gauge drops below a quarter tank. My girlfriend thinks I'm being paranoid, but she wasn't there that night. She didn't see what I saw. I've been debating whether to share this for months now, but after seeing a post about strange roadside encounters, I figured maybe someone here might have experienced something similar, or at least help me make sense of what happened. This was about 7 months ago. I was driving from San Diego to Flagstaff for my college roommate's wedding. I'd started the drive late because I couldn't get off work early enough, figuring I'd just push through and arrive in the middle of the night. Not ideal, but I'd crash at my buddy's place and recover before the rehearsal dinner the next evening. The drive through the California desert was uneventful, just me, my playlist, and the occasional semi passing by. I crossed into Arizona around midnight, and that's when things started to feel different. The highway seemed to stretch endlessly, and the darkness out there is something else. It's not like city darkness where there's always some ambient light. This was pure black, broken only by my headlights cutting through it. Around 1:30 in the morning, I noticed my gas gauge dipping dangerously low. I hadn't seen any signs for services in a while, and my GPS wasn't showing any nearby gas stations. My car has about 30 miles of range once the light comes on, and I was starting to sweat. Running out of gas in the middle of the desert at night wasn't on my to-do list. Just when I was seriously considering turning around to find the last town I'd passed, I spotted a faint glow in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out a flickering sign. Ravenwood Fuel. The relief I felt was instant. I pulled off the highway onto a gravelly access road that led to what had to be the most run-down gas station I'd ever seen. The place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. 2 ancient pumps stood under a concrete overhang, and the small building had windows that glowed with a sickly fluorescent light. The sign above the station flickered erratically, sometimes going dark for seconds at a time before sputtering back to life. I pulled up to pump number 2. Pump 1 had an out-of-order sign taped to it, and tried to pay at the pump, but there was no card reader. Of course, I looked toward the building and saw a sign that read, "Pay inside," so I headed in. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and the smell hit me immediately. A mixture of old coffee, dust, and something else I couldn't place. Something vaguely medicinal or chemical. The interior was sparse. A few shelves with basic supplies, a cooler with drinks, and a counter with an ancient cash register. Behind the counter stood a man who looked to be in his 60s, though it was hard to tell. His skin was deeply wrinkled but had this weird waxy quality to it. What really caught my attention were his eyes. They were so pale they were almost colorless, like the irises had been bleached. He didn't say anything as I approached, just stared at me with those unsettling eyes. Hi. Can I get 20 on pump 2? I said, pulling out my wallet. The man continued to stare for a moment before slowly blinking. Just passing through? His voice was raspy, like he didn't use it much. Yeah, heading to Flagstaff for a wedding. He nodded slowly. Long drive this time of night. Tell me about it. Been on the road since 4. I handed him a 20. He took the bill without looking at it. Not many travelers come this way anymore. Not since they built the new highway. I frowned. New highway? I'm on Interstate 40. The man's expression didn't change. That's so. He punched something into the register, which made a loud mechanical cha-ching. Pump's ready. As I turned to leave, he called out, "Stay in the light, young man." I looked back. What? Stay in the light. Never know what's wandering in the dark out here. I gave an uncomfortable laugh. Right, thanks. As I pushed the door open, I swear I heard him mutter, "It finds the lost ones." But when I glanced back, he was staring down at the counter, and I figured I'd misheard. Outside, I went to pump the gas. The handle was old and sticky, and the pump made this wheezing noise as the fuel flowed. I kept looking back at the station, but I couldn't see the attendant through the windows anymore, even though they were unobstructed. I chalked it up to the angle and the glare. As I was finishing up, the lights on the overhang flickered and went out. Then the lights in the station building went dark too. I stood there, gas nozzle in hand, surrounded by sudden darkness. The only light now came from my car's headlights, which I'd left on. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I quickly finished pumping, capped my tank, and got back in my car. That's when I looked in my rearview mirror and saw it. At first, I thought it was just the attendant standing by the door of the station. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized this thing was all wrong. It was too tall, easily 7 or 8 feet, and its proportions were distorted. Its arms hung down past its knees, thin like sticks, but jointed in too many places. Its legs bent at odd angles, like they had extra joints or were broken. I couldn't make out its face clearly, just a pale oval where a face should be. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. I slammed my car into drive and peeled out of that station, spraying gravel everywhere. I hit the highway doing 60 and accelerated to 90 within seconds. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. After about 10 minutes of driving, my breathing started to return to normal. I told myself I was tired, that the strange attendant and the creepy, isolated setting had just freaked me out. Maybe I'd seen a mannequin or some kind of advertising figure. Maybe the power had just gone out. There were rational explanations. That's when I saw another glow in the distance. As I got closer, my stomach dropped. It was another gas station, with a flickering sign that read, "Ravenwood Fuel, Last Stop." I slowed down as I approached. It looked identical to the station I'd just left. Same layout, same ancient pumps. But this time, I could clearly see a figure standing by pump number 2, the same unnaturally tall figure I'd seen in my mirror. I floored it. No way was I stopping. As I sped past, I glanced over and saw that pale oval face turn to follow my car. I swear I could feel its gaze on me, even as the station disappeared from my rearview mirror. I was properly freaking out now. I tried calling my buddy in Flagstaff, but there was no cell service. The radio produced nothing but static. I just kept driving, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. About 15 minutes later, I saw another glow, another Ravenwood Fuel. This time, the sign read, "Ravenwood Fuel, no escape." I drove past it too, refusing to even look directly at it. But in my peripheral vision, I could see multiple figures standing by the pumps, all with those wrong proportions. This pattern continued for what felt like hours. Every 10 to 15 minutes, another Ravenwood Fuel would appear, each with a slightly different message on its sign. Ravenwood Fuel, turn back. Ravenwood Fuel, join us. Ravenwood Fuel, your last chance. I tried turning around once, but within minutes I saw a Ravenwood Fuel ahead of me again. It was like I was driving in circles. Even though I hadn't made any turns, the highway just stretched straight ahead. My gas gauge never moved from full, even though I must have driven hundreds of miles. The clock on my dashboard was stuck at 1:47 a.m. I tried pinching myself, slapping my face, anything to wake up from what had to be a nightmare, but nothing worked. The last Ravenwood I passed had a sign that simply read, "Ravenwood Fuel, home." And standing in front of it were dozens of figures, all watching me drive by. Some were tall like the first one I'd seen, others bent and twisted in impossible ways. And at the front was the attendant with those pale, colorless eyes. I don't remember anything after that. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in my car, parked on the shoulder of Interstate 40. My phone said it was 6:12 a.m. The sun was just starting to rise. My gas tank was full. My odometer showed I'd driven about 100 miles further than I remembered. There was no sign of any gas station nearby, just empty desert in all directions. I made it to Flagstaff without incident after that. I went to the wedding, smiled in photos, and pretended everything was normal, but it wasn't. It isn't. I've looked for Ravenwood Fuel on maps, in gas station directories, online forums about roadside attractions or abandoned places. Nothing. It doesn't exist. I even drove back the same way after the wedding in broad daylight. There was no gas station where I remembered stopping that night. But here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl. When I got home and was unpacking, I found a receipt in my pocket, faded thermal paper with Ravenwood fuel printed at the top. Below that, just one line of text: payment received, return journey. I burned that receipt immediately. But sometimes when I'm driving at night and my gas gauge starts to drop, I swear I can see a faint glow in the distance, and I always find somewhere else to stop. If you're ever driving through the Arizona desert at night and see a flickering sign for Ravenwood fuel, don't stop. No matter how empty your tank is, no matter how tired you are, just keep driving, because I don't think they'll let me go a second time. Story 2. I've never shared this with anyone because it's the kind of thing that makes people look at you differently, but it's been over 10 years now, and I still wake up some nights feeling phantom teeth sinking into my hand. I need to get this off my chest. This happened back when I was 19, right after I dropped out of Youngstown State. I was one of those kids who went to college because it was expected, not because I had any clue what I wanted to do with my life. 2 semesters in, I was failing most of my classes and decided to bail rather than waste more of my parents' money. So there I was, a college dropout living in my older brother Matt's house in Cleveland. It wasn't exactly a model home environment, more like a permanent frat house. Matt and his buddies were in their mid-20s with decent jobs but still living like they were in college. The place was always filled with people coming and going, music blasting at all hours, and there were always beer cans in places you wouldn't expect to find them. At the time, I was dating this girl Jenna. She was actually getting her life together, working full-time at a bank while taking night classes. Looking back, she was way too good for the person I was back then. She'd stay over sometimes at Matt's house, though she hated it there. Too noisy, too messy, and Matt's 2 German shepherds, Chocolate and Rex, would bark at everything that moved. This particular night, I remember it was a Friday in late October, Matt was having one of his usual get-togethers. Nothing crazy, just about 15 people drinking and playing card games. Jenna came over after her evening class, already tired, but she wanted to see me. By midnight, she was completely wiped out and fell asleep on the smaller couch in the living room while the party continued around her. I was drinking, not wasted, but definitely tipsy enough that my already poor judgment was even worse. Around 1 in the morning, some of Matt's co-workers showed up, including this woman. I think her name was Amber or Alyssa. Something with an A was attractive and kept making eye contact with me throughout the night. I'm not proud of what happened next. While Jenna was asleep on the couch, I struck up a conversation with this woman. One thing led to another, and I suggested we go upstairs to see the rest of the house. God, I was such a piece of shit back then. I can hardly believe I was that person. She followed me upstairs, but when we got to my room and I tried to kiss her, she pushed me away. "Isn't that your girlfriend downstairs?" she asked, looking disgusted. I mumbled some excuse, but she just shook her head and went back downstairs. I sat on my bed feeling like absolute garbage. The alcohol buzz was fading, replaced by this crushing shame. After a few minutes, I went back down to the living room. The party was winding down. Some people had left, others were passed out in various spots around the house. Jenna was still asleep on the smaller couch, curled up under a blanket someone had thrown over her. I didn't want to wake her, and honestly, I couldn't bear to lie next to her after what I'd just tried to do, so I crashed on the larger couch across the room. The living room was dark, except for the glow from the kitchen light down the hall. I remember lying there, listening to the sound of someone snoring from the dining room floor, feeling like the worst boyfriend in history. I couldn't get comfortable, partly guilt, partly the springs in that ancient couch, so I ended up lying on my back with my right arm draped over my head, hanging off the armrest. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is hearing what sounded like nails clicking on the hardwood floor. I figured it was Chocolate, who was always finding ways to escape from the basement where Matt kept the dogs at night. I didn't open my eyes, thinking the dog would just wander around and then go back downstairs. Then it happened. I suddenly couldn't move. Not a finger, not a toe. My body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, but my mind was completely alert. I'd experienced sleep paralysis before, usually during extremely stressful periods, but this was different somehow, more intense, more present. I could still move my eyes, so I darted them around the room, trying to see what was happening. The clicking sound had stopped. The room was silent except for the distant hum of the refrigerator and Jenna's soft breathing from across the room. Then I felt the couch cushion sink beside me. Something had climbed up and was sitting next to my hip. I couldn't turn my head to see what it was. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might explode. That's when I felt it. Teeth. On my hand that was hanging over the armrest, not biting down hard but deliberately pressing into my skin, just enough to feel each individual tooth. The pressure increased gradually, like whatever it was wanted me to fully experience each second of terror. It wasn't painful exactly, but I could feel each tooth sinking slightly deeper, testing the resistance of my skin without breaking it. The worst part was how slow and deliberate it was. This wasn't an animal reacting on instinct. This felt calculated, like it was sending me a message. And somehow, in that moment, I knew it was about what I had almost done with that woman while Jenna slept nearby. I don't know how long this lasted, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. Then, as suddenly as it started, the paralysis broke. I tumbled off the couch, landing hard on the floor, my heart racing so fast I thought I might have a heart attack. I scrambled to my feet, flipping on the nearest lamp. The living room was exactly as it had been. Jenna still asleep on the other couch, no sign of anything else in the room. I checked my hand, expecting to see puncture marks or at least indentations, but there was nothing. Not a single mark. But I could still feel the sensation of those teeth, like a phantom limb pain. I ran to the basement door, throwing it open and flipping on the light. Both dogs, Chocolate and Rex, were behind the baby gate Matt used to keep them contained. They looked up at me, confused by my sudden appearance, tails wagging slightly. They'd clearly been there the whole time. I spent the rest of the night sitting upright in an armchair, every light in the downstairs turned on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. I didn't wake anyone up. What would I even say? Something invisible bit me but didn't leave marks. I'd sound insane. When morning came, I was exhausted but still too wired to sleep. Jenna woke up around 9, completely unaware of what had happened. When she asked why I looked so terrible, I blamed it on a hangover. I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the woman upstairs or the whatever it was that had happened afterward. Jenna and I broke up about a month later. Not because of that night specifically, but because she finally realized I wasn't in the same place she was in life. She deserved better, and I knew it. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened that night. The rational part of my brain says it was just sleep paralysis combined with guilt, my subconscious creating a punishment for my betrayal. But it felt so real. The weight on the couch, the deliberate pressure of those teeth. And I've had sleep paralysis before and since, but nothing ever like that. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of warning, something stepping in to stop me from completely ruining my life. Or maybe it was a manifestation of my own guilt, taking physical form to teach me a lesson I desperately needed to learn. What bothers me most is that whatever it was, it knew exactly what would terrify me most. Not pain, not a ghost, but the slow, deliberate pressure of teeth on my skin. Something so intimate and threatening at the same time. I moved out of my brother's house the following week, claiming I'd found a job that was closer to an apartment I'd found. The truth was, I couldn't spend another night in that living room wondering if those teeth would return. I've never cheated on anyone since that night, not even close. Whenever I'm tempted to do something I know is wrong, I feel that phantom sensation on my hand, and it stops me cold. I don't know what bit me that night. I don't know if it was supernatural, psychological, or something else entirely. But whatever it was changed the course of my life. And sometimes, late at night when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still catch myself tucking my arms close to my body, making sure nothing is hanging over the edge of the bed, because somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm afraid those teeth are still out there, waiting to remind me of the person I almost became. Story. It was late October of 2020, right before Halloween. I had just turned 17 that summer, and my friends Ryan and Tyler were the same age. We all grew up in this tiny town called Maplewood on the edge of Tillamook State Forest in Oregon. There's not much to do here except get into trouble, especially when you're bored teenagers. That Friday night started like any other. We were hanging out in Tyler's basement playing video games when Ryan brought up Old Pine Road. It's this abandoned stretch of asphalt deep in the forest, maybe 5 or 6 miles from town. The road used to connect to the main highway before they built the new route in the 90s. Now it's just sitting there, crumbling away in the woods. My cousin told me Old Pine is seriously haunted, Ryan said while scrolling through his phone. People say they hear weird sounds out there at night. Some guy even disappeared there back in the 80s. Tyler laughed it off. Bullshit. Your cousin makes up stories all the time. I wasn't so quick to dismiss it. Growing up here, I'd heard whispers about Old Pine Road my whole life. My mom always warned me to stay away from there, but never explained why. When I asked, she'd just say it wasn't safe, that the road was falling apart and dangerous. We should check it out, I suggested, feeling brave with a belly full of energy drinks. It's almost Halloween, perfect time to see if the stories are true. That was my first mistake. We decided to go that very night. Tyler's parents were away for the weekend, and mine thought I was sleeping over at his place. We grabbed flashlights, our phones, and some snacks before piling into Tyler's beat-up Honda Civic around 11:30 at night. The forecast had mentioned fog rolling in, but we didn't think much of it. The drive to the forest entrance took about 20 minutes. We turned off the main road onto an old logging track, the headlights cutting through the darkness between the trees. Already, wisps of fog were curling across the ground. Tyler had to slow down as visibility dropped. "This is already creepy as hell," Ryan said from the back seat, his face illuminated by his phone as he tried to find Old Pine Road on Google Maps. "It doesn't even show up here. It's like it doesn't exist." "It's abandoned, dumbass," Tyler replied. "Google doesn't map roads that aren't used anymore." I remembered something my grandfather once told me about finding Old Pine. Look for a rusted gate with a broken chain. That's the entrance. After about 10 more minutes of driving slowly along the bumpy logging road, our headlights caught something metallic, a gate, just like I'd described, with a broken chain hanging uselessly from one side. The fog had thickened considerably by then, swirling around the car in heavy clouds. Tyler parked about 20 feet from the gate. When we stepped out, the temperature felt like it had dropped 10 degrees. The air was heavy with moisture, and I could barely see more than 15 feet ahead. Our flashlight beams looked weak in the dense fog, creating more glare than actual light. "Maybe we should come back another night," I suggested, suddenly feeling uneasy. "The fog's too thick to see anything." "Don't be a pussy," Ryan said, already walking toward the gate. "This makes it better, more atmospheric." Second mistake. I followed him instead of listening to my gut. We squeezed past the gate and found ourselves on what remained of Old Pine Road. The asphalt was cracked and buckled, with weeds and small saplings pushing through. The forest pressed in close on both sides, creating a claustrophobic tunnel of trees. Our footsteps echoed strangely, too loud in the muffled silence of the fog. We walked for about 15 minutes, our flashlights sweeping across the degraded road surface and into the woods on either side. Tyler kept trying to scare us by making sudden movements or rustling in the bushes. After the third time, I was ready to punch him. "Cut it out, man," I said. "It's already creepy enough without you adding to it." "I'm just having fun," he replied, but I could tell he was getting nervous too. The fog had become so thick, it was like walking through soup. Our flashlight beams barely penetrated a few feet ahead. That's when we heard it for the first time, a slow, rhythmic clicking sound. Click, click, click. At first, I thought it was a branch tapping against something in the slight breeze, but it was too regular, too deliberate. "What is that?" Ryan whispered, stopping in his tracks. "Probably just an animal," Tyler said, but he didn't sound convinced. I swept my flashlight in the direction of the sound. Nothing, just fog and trees and more fog. Let's keep going a little further, I suggested. We've barely gone half a mile. The clicking stopped. We continued walking, but the mood had shifted. We weren't talking anymore, just listening intently to the forest around us. The fog seemed to muffle everything except our footsteps and our increasingly heavy breathing. Another 5 minutes passed. The road curved slightly to the right, and as we rounded the bend, the clicking started again, louder this time. Click, click, click. Guys, I really don't like this, Ryan said, his voice cracking slightly. I was about to agree when I saw it, through a momentary thinning in the fog, maybe 30 feet ahead of us on the road. A figure standing unnaturally tall. At first I thought it was just a tree, but then it moved. Its proportions were all wrong. The arms hung too low, nearly to the ground. The legs bent at angles that made no anatomical sense, and then it tilted what I can only assume was its head toward us. The clicking sound intensified. Click, 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 click. "Do you see that?" I whispered, my mouth suddenly bone dry. "What the fuck is that?" Tyler hissed back. The fog shifted again, obscuring the figure, but the clicking continued, faster now, and it seemed to be getting closer. "Run!" I said, my voice barely audible even to myself, then louder. "Run!" We turned and sprinted back the way we came. I've never run so fast in my life. The fog made it nearly impossible to see where we were going. I tripped twice on cracks in the road, scraping my palms and knees, but adrenaline kept me moving. Behind us, the clicking sound followed. Rapid fire now, like a malfunctioning metronome. Click, 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 click. I made the mistake of looking back. Through a gap in the fog, I saw it moving. It didn't run like a person. It moved in jerky, impossibly fast bursts, like someone had edited out frames of its motion. 1 second it was 30 feet behind us. The next it was 15. Its limbs bent and twisted in ways that made my stomach lurch. "It's getting closer!" I screamed. Ryan was ahead of me, Tyler just behind. I could hear Tyler's panicked breathing, punctuated by terrified sobs. The clicking was so loud now it seemed to be inside my head. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a couple of minutes, I spotted the rusted gate through the fog. Ryan reached it first, squeezing through and sprinting toward the car. I followed, my lungs burning. As I passed through the gate, I heard Tyler cry out behind me. "It grabbed my jacket," he screamed. I turned to see Tyler ripping off his hoodie, leaving it hanging on nothing visible in the fog. He bolted through the gate and we all ran the last few yards to the car. Ryan reached it first, yanking on the door handle. "It's locked. Tyler, unlock it." Tyler fumbled for his keys, his hands shaking so badly he dropped them. I snatched them up and hit the unlock button. We piled in, Tyler in the driver's seat, me riding shotgun, and Ryan in the back. Tyler jammed the key into the ignition just as something hit the back window with a deep, reverberating thud. We all screamed. Ryan scrambled to the other side of the back seat. Through the fog-streaked glass, I could make out a vague shape, too tall to be human, pressing against the window. The car started with a roar. Tyler slammed it into reverse, the tires spinning on the damp ground, before finding purchase. As we backed up, the entire car filled with the smell of damp earth and rot, so strong it made my eyes water. It was like someone had opened a grave right there in the car with us. Tyler spun the wheel, shifting into drive, and floored it. We tore down the logging road, branches whipping against the windows. No one spoke. The only sounds were our ragged breathing and the occasional sob from the back seat. We didn't stop until we reached town, pulling into the empty parking lot of a 24-hour convenience store. The bright fluorescent lights felt like salvation after the darkness of the forest. We sat there for nearly half an hour, trying to calm down enough to speak. "What the fuck was that thing?" Ryan finally asked, his voice hoarse. None of us had an answer. We checked the back of the car and found deep scratches in the paint around the window, like something had clawed at it. Tyler's abandoned hoodie was gone, left behind in the fog. We made a pact that night to never talk about what happened, to never go back to Old Pine Road. For 3 years, I've kept that promise. But the nightmares haven't stopped. In them, I'm always running through fog while that clicking sound gets closer and closer. Last month, I finally worked up the courage to ask my grandfather about Old Pine Road. He's lived in this area his entire 82 years. When I mentioned it, his weathered face went pale. He sat down heavily in his recliner and looked at me with fear in his eyes. "You went out there, didn't you?" he asked quietly. When I nodded, he closed his eyes for a moment. "You're lucky to be alive, boy." He told me there's been stories about that road since before it was even paved, when it was just a trail through the woods. The local Native American tribes avoided that entire section of forest. The loggers who first cut through there in the early 1900s reported men going missing, strange sounds in the fog. "There's a thing in the woods that only comes out in the fog," my grandfather said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Makes a clicking sound like bones knocking together. Old-timers called it the tall walker." He wouldn't tell me anything more specific, just grabbed my arm with surprising strength and said, "You don't ever stop when you hear the clicking. You don't ever look." I haven't told Ryan or Tyler about this conversation. We've drifted apart since high school, partly because of what happened that night. Tyler sold his car 6 months after the incident, claiming he could never get the smell out completely. Ryan transferred to a different school, moved away after graduation. Sometimes when the fog rolls in thick around our town, I swear I can hear a faint clicking sound outside my window. I keep my blinds closed on foggy nights. I don't look outside anymore. I can't. Story 4. I've been debating whether to share this for years. I was a rookie detective in Huntington, Illinois back in '84 when this all went down. And honestly, I still get chills thinking about it. What happened in our small department changed the way I look at everyone wearing a badge, including myself. I had just made detective that January after 5 years on patrol. Super proud moment for me. Then in March, I slipped on black ice outside the station and completely destroyed my knee. Had to have surgery and was out for nearly 12 weeks. Not how I planned to start my detective career. While I was stuck at home popping pain pills and going stir-crazy, our department hired this new patrol officer, Thomas Warren. I never got to meet him properly since I was out, but I heard plenty about him from my co-workers who would visit. According to them, Warren was basically a walking police manual. Chief Williams couldn't stop talking about how Warren aced every procedure during training, knew obscure legal codes nobody else remembered, and just had this natural authority that made even the veterans respect him immediately. The timing couldn't have been better for our department. We'd been dealing with this string of break-ins in Ridgewood, you know, that fancy neighborhood where all the doctors and lawyers live. Nice houses with even nicer stuff inside. The burglaries had been going on for months, and we had exactly 0 leads. The residents were freaking out, calling the station daily and showing up at city council meetings demanding action. Warren apparently stepped right up, volunteering to focus his patrols there. He even organized a community meeting in Ridgewood where he gave this whole presentation about home security. My partner told me he was super charismatic, had everyone eating out of his hand. He gave out his personal cell number to residents and told them to call him directly if they noticed anything suspicious. The crazy thing? The burglaries completely stopped within a week of Warren starting those patrols. The department was thrilled. Chief Williams gave him a commendation after just a month on the job. The Ridgewood Homeowners Association even presented him with some kind of community hero plaque at their monthly meeting. I finally got back to work in late June. First day back, everyone's still talking about this Warren guy. I was honestly a little jealous. Here I was, busted knee and behind on all my cases, while this new patrol officer was being treated like the department savior. I remember my first actual interaction with Warren. He stopped by my desk to introduce himself. Firm handshake, perfect uniform, this really intense eye contact. He seemed genuinely interested in my recovery, asked smart questions about my cases. I had to admit, he made a good first impression. "You must be Detective Reeves," he said. "Glad to see you back. Everyone speaks highly of you." I thanked him, trying not to seem too stiff as my knee throbbed. He mentioned he'd arrested someone for the Ridgewood burglaries while I was out. Michael Carlisle, Warren explained, caught him red-handed trying to break into the Peterson place on Maple Drive. Had a whole set of lock-picking tools, gloves, the works. I remembered making a mental note to review that case file. Something about the way he described it felt rehearsed, but I brushed it off. I was still on pain meds and everyone said this guy was the real deal. About a week after coming back, I was catching up on paperwork when I noticed something odd. Warren had submitted an evidence log for the Carlisle arrest that didn't match the inventory in the evidence room. Small discrepancy. A watch supposedly found in Carlisle's possession wasn't listed in the official booking record. Could have been a simple clerical error, but my detective brain couldn't let it go. I pulled the Carlisle case file and started reading it more carefully. According to Warren's report, he'd spotted Carlisle attempting to enter the Peterson house through a back window at approximately 11:30 at night. Warren had been conducting a routine patrol of the area on foot, heard suspicious noises, and caught Carlisle in the act. The report was detailed, professional, but something felt off. I noticed Warren had listed himself as the only responding officer, which was against our department protocol for burglary calls. And when I checked the dispatch logs, there was no record of Warren radioing in that he was investigating suspicious activity before the arrest. I decided to visit Michael Carlisle in county lockup. The kid was 23, skinny, clearly terrified to be in jail. No prior record besides a marijuana possession charge from when he was 19. He maintained his innocence from the moment I sat down. "I've never even been to Ridgewood before that night," he insisted, eyes wide. "I was just walking home from my buddy's place. The officer stopped me 2 blocks away from where he said the break-in happened. I wasn't anywhere near that house." His story didn't match Warren's report at all. According to Carlisle, Warren had approached him on the street, accused him of looking suspicious, and searched his backpack. Carlisle admitted he had a screwdriver in his bag because he worked maintenance at the local community college, but denied having any lock-picking tools. "He planted that stuff on me," Carlisle said, leaning forward. "I swear to God. One minute he's searching my backpack, the next he's pulling out all these tools I've never seen before, telling me I'm under arrest." I'd heard guilty people make similar claims countless times, but something in Carlisle's desperate sincerity made me uneasy. I promised to look into it further, though I didn't commit to anything. Back at the station, I started digging deeper. I requested the personnel file for Thomas Warren, telling admin I needed to review his training certifications for a report I was working on. The file was surprisingly thin for someone with his supposed background. There was a certificate from the Illinois Law Enforcement Academy, recommendations from previous departments in Indiana, but something seemed generic about the documents. I called the academy, casually asking about Warren's class. The administrator couldn't find any record of a Thomas Warren graduating in the time frame listed in his file. She suggested there might be a clerical error and promised to look into it further. Next, I called the Indiana department listed as his previous employer. They'd never heard of him. By this point, my stomach was in knots. I went to Chief Williams with what I'd found so far. He looked at me like I was crazy. "Warren's one of the best officers we've hired in years, Reeves," he said, frowning. "Are you sure you're not just, feeling a little threatened by how quickly he's made a name for himself?" That stung, but I persisted. "Just let me check his fingerprints against the national database. If everything's clean, I'll drop it immediately." The chief reluctantly agreed, probably just to shut me up. I submitted Warren's prints from his personnel file that afternoon. The results came back the next day. Thomas Warren didn't exist. The fingerprints belonged to David Russell Pierce, a former security system salesman with fraud convictions in Ohio and Michigan. When I showed the chief, his face went from skeptical to ashen in about 3 seconds. He immediately put together a small team, me, 2 other detectives, and a sergeant, to investigate quietly. We couldn't risk tipping off Warren, or Pierce, rather. We discovered Pierce had been working for a security company called Safeguard Solutions until about 8 months earlier. He'd been fired for suspected unethical sales tactics, though nothing that led to criminal charges. His former manager described him as extremely persuasive and someone who could sell ice to Eskimos. The most disturbing connection? Pierce had been recommending safeguard systems to all the Ridgewood residents during his community outreach. We contacted Safeguard and learned he was still on their books as an independent sales consultant, meaning he got commissions for every system purchased through his referrals. We obtained a warrant to search Pierce's apartment. What we found made my skin crawl. In a locked closet, he had items reported stolen from at least 8 different Ridgewood homes: jewelry, electronics, rare coins. But worse was the notebook we found under his mattress. It contained detailed information on nearly every house in Ridgewood: resident names, work schedules, when kids would be at school, what valuables they owned, even alarm codes for the homes that had purchased security systems through him. He'd been systematically gathering intelligence on the entire neighborhood. The chief decided we needed to arrest Pierce immediately. We planned to do it at the station at the end of his shift, but when he didn't show up for work that day, we knew he'd somehow been tipped off. We found him at home, frantically packing. He didn't resist arrest, which was surprising. Instead, he just had this eerie smile on his face the whole time, like he was somehow still in control of the situation. I'll never forget what he said to me as we led him out in handcuffs. "You know what's funny, detective? I was a better cop than most of the real ones. People trusted me more than they've ever trusted any of you." The subsequent investigation revealed the full scope of Pierce's deception. He had never been a police officer anywhere. He'd created fake credentials, stolen a real officer's academy graduation certificate and altered it, and somehow managed to pass our background check process by providing fake references who were actually just burner phones. He answered himself using different voices. He'd staged the Ridgewood burglaries himself, then solved the case by framing Carlisle, knowing it would cement his reputation in both the department and the community. The notebook showed he was planning to rob several more houses, ones where he'd actually installed security systems and knew exactly how to bypass them. The psychological evaluation after his arrest labeled him as having antisocial personality disorder. He showed zero remorse. If anything, he seemed proud, even boasting about how easy it had been to fool an entire police department. "You people are so desperate to believe in authority that you'll accept anyone who acts the part convincingly," he told the psychiatrist. "I didn't have to try very hard." Pierce got 32 years without parole. Michael Carlisle was immediately released with a formal apology from our department and a settlement from the city that I hope set him up for life. The whole experience shook our department to its core. 3 senior officers, including our background check administrator, were forced to resign. The chief managed to keep his job, but his reputation never recovered. As for me, I became known as the detective who uncovered the truth, but it didn't feel like a victory. Every time I put on my badge after that, I wondered who else might be pretending. Every time a resident looked at me with suspicion instead of trust, I couldn't even blame them. Pierce didn't just rob houses. He stole something far more valuable from our community. I still work in law enforcement, but in a different capacity now, and to this day, I double-check the credentials of every new colleague I meet, because I know firsthand how easy it is for someone to put on a uniform and become whatever they want us to believe they are. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts. Not until I moved into that old farmhouse on the outskirts of Hollow Creek. I'd just finished college with an English degree and a mountain of debt, looking for somewhere quiet to figure out my next steps. When I found the listing online, it seemed too good to be true. A charming 2-story farmhouse with a wraparound porch for a price that made me double-check if there was a typo. The real estate agent, a nervous guy named Patrick, kept emphasizing what a unique opportunity it was. Looking back, I should have questioned why he was so eager to sell, why he rushed through certain rooms, or why he kept checking his watch during our tour, but I was too captivated by the worn wooden floors, the antique fixtures, and the way sunlight streamed through the bay windows in what would become my writing room. "It's been vacant for almost 2 years, he told me as I signed the papers. Previous owner was an elderly woman who passed away. No family to claim it, so the bank's been sitting on it. I moved in on a Tuesday. That first night was peaceful, just me, a cheap bottle of wine and a stack of unpacked boxes. I remember feeling so proud, like I'd finally done something right after years of uncertainty. I slept like a rock. It was on the third night that things started to change. I was up late unpacking books when I heard it, a soft murmur coming from the hallway. At first I thought it was just the house settling, you know. Old houses make noises. But then it happened again, and this time it sounded distinctly like someone whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely a voice. I got up and checked every room, every closet. Nothing. I blamed it on exhaustion and went to bed. But the whispers came back the next night, and the night after that, always after midnight. Always soft enough that I questioned if I was imagining it. Sometimes it sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. Other times, it felt like someone was standing right behind me, their breath on my neck. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd wake up at 3 in the morning, heart pounding, convinced someone had called my name. The weird thing was, I wasn't exactly scared, more like curious. The whispers didn't feel threatening. They felt sad. About a week after moving in, I decided to explore the attic. The pull-down ladder creaked under my weight as I climbed up with a flashlight. The space was cluttered with old furniture covered in sheets and boxes of what I assumed were previous owners' forgotten belongings. In the far corner, partially hidden behind an old dresser, I found a trunk. It was beautiful, dark wood with brass fittings, the kind of thing you'd see in an antique shop selling for hundreds. The lock was broken, so I opened it. Inside were clothes that looked at least 100 years old, some tarnished jewelry, and underneath everything, a leather-bound journal. The name Clara Lawson was written in faded ink on the first page, along with the date, 1923. I took the journal downstairs and started reading. Clara wrote about her life in this very house, her daily routines, the garden she tended, and most of all, her love for a man named Thomas. Her handwriting was elegant, but rushed, like she couldn't get the words out fast enough. I felt like I was getting to know her, but as I got deeper into the journal, the entries took a dark turn. Clara began writing about shadows in her home. "They whisper my name in the night," she wrote. "They follow me from room to room. Thomas says I'm imagining things, but I know what I hear." The final entries were frantic, almost illegible. "Thomas is gone. The shadows took him. No one believes me. They say he left, but he would never leave me. They're watching me now, always watching." The journal ended abruptly after that. I stayed up until dawn reading it, and when I finally went to bed, the whispers seemed louder than ever. The next day, I went to the local library to see if I could find anything about Clara Lawson. The librarian, Mrs. Hargrove, a woman in her 70s with thick glasses and gray hair pulled into a tight bun, perked up immediately when I mentioned the name. "Clara Lawson? My grandmother used to tell stories about her," she said, leading me to a shelf of local history books. It was quite the scandal back then. According to Mrs. Hargrove, Clara had moved to Hollow Creek in 1922. She fell in love with Thomas Wright, the son of a prominent local family. But one night, Thomas disappeared without a trace. Clara insisted that the shadows had taken him. She became increasingly erratic, claiming her house was haunted. "People thought she was cursed," Mrs. Hargrove said, lowering her voice as if someone might overhear. "They said she'd angered spirits that dwelled on that land. The indigenous people who lived here before the town was built considered that area sacred ground." Clara died alone in the farmhouse, my farmhouse, in 1925. The official cause was pneumonia, but local legends suggested she died of a broken heart, still waiting for Thomas to return. I left the library with a sick feeling in my stomach. That night, a massive thunderstorm hit Hollow Creek. Rain lashed against the windows, and lightning illuminated my bedroom in harsh flashes. The whispers were louder than ever, almost desperate. I don't know what possessed me to do what I did next. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was sympathy for Clara, or maybe I was just losing my mind. I set up candles in the living room and decided to try a seance. I'd never done anything like that before. My knowledge came entirely from movies and a weird phase my college roommate went through, but I felt compelled to try. "Clara," I called out, feeling ridiculous. "Clara Lawson, if you're here, I want to help you." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, one by one, the candles went out. Not all at once, like in a draft, but individually, as if someone was moving around the room, extinguishing each flame with their fingers. The room plunged into darkness. I couldn't move. The air turned ice cold, so cold I could see my breath. And then I felt it, a presence behind me, so close I could feel the chill radiating from it. A whisper, right in my ear. "Find him, save him, the woods, the old oak. He is waiting." I scrambled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The room was empty, but on the floor where the candles had been, something had been scratched into the wooden boards, a crude map showing a path into the woods behind my house, with an X marked at what looked like a tree. I barely slept that night. When morning came, I grabbed a shovel from the garden shed and followed the path into the woods. It was overgrown, barely visible, but somehow I knew where to go. About a half-mile in, I found it. A massive oak tree, ancient and gnarled, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers against the sky. The ground around the base of the tree looked undisturbed, but when I started digging, the soil gave way easily. About 2 feet down, my shovel hit something solid. I dropped to my knees and cleared the dirt away with my hands. It was a small wooden box, the size of a cigar box, and next to it a rusted locket. My hands were shaking as I opened the box. Inside were letters, dozens of them, all from Thomas to Clara. I read through them there in the woods, sitting against the oak tree. The letters told a story of desperate love. Thomas and Clara had been planning to elope. Someone, Thomas never named who, had found out and confronted him. The final letter was dated the night Thomas disappeared. "My darling Clara, I fear for my life. If anything happens to me, know that I loved you until my last breath." As I read the last letter, the air around me grew cold. Shadows seemed to gather between the trees, circling me, but they weren't threatening. They felt like they were pleading. Whispers surrounded me. "Clara, Clara, Clara." And then, clearer than any of the others, "Save him, bring him back." I suddenly understood. The shadows weren't malevolent spirits. They were echoes of Clara's grief, of Thomas's lost soul. They had been trapped here for nearly 100 years, separated but never truly gone. I gathered the letters and the locket and hurried back to the house. That night, I set up another ritual. Candles in a circle, the locket and letters placed in the center. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but something inside me knew. "Clara," I said aloud. "Thomas, I want to help you find peace. I want to help you find each other." The shadows appeared almost immediately, swirling around the room. The whispers grew louder, more urgent. "Together, together, together." The temperature dropped so low that frost formed on the windows. The shadows spun faster and faster around me, and for the first time I felt afraid. What if I'd misunderstood? What if I was releasing something dangerous? But then, warmth. It started in the center of the circle and spread outward. The chill receded, and in its place was a gentle heat, like sitting by a fire on a cold night. The shadows stopped their frantic movement and began to coalesce into two distinct forms. One tall and broad-shouldered, one slender and graceful. I could almost see them, Thomas and Clara, standing before me, their hands reaching for each other across decades of separation. "Let go of your pain," I told them. "Find each other. You've been apart for too long." The room brightened with a soft golden glow. The shadows merged, no longer dark, but luminous. I heard Clara's voice, clear as day. "Thank you, we are free." And then they were gone. The candles flickered back to life, and the room returned to normal. But something had changed. The house felt lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. In the days that followed, the entire atmosphere of Hollow Creek seemed to shift. The whispers stopped. The shadows that had haunted my peripheral vision vanished. Instead, there was a vibrant energy to the place I hadn't noticed before. I went back to the library and shared what I'd found with Mrs. Hargrove. Together, we pieced together the rest of the story. Historical records showed that Thomas Wright's father had been vehemently opposed to his son marrying Clara, who came from a poor family. Thomas disappeared the same night he and his father had a violent argument. No one ever found Thomas's body, but now I knew why. He was buried under that oak tree, probably by his own father, who took the secret to his grave. I told Clara and Thomas's story to anyone who would listen. Slowly, the town's perception of Clara Lawson changed from that of a cursed, crazy woman to a tragic figure whose only crime was loving someone she wasn't supposed to love. My farmhouse doesn't feel haunted anymore. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I catch a glimpse of two figures walking hand in hand through the garden, but it's probably just my imagination. The whispers of Hollow Creek have fallen silent at last, but I still have Clara's journal. And sometimes when I open it, I swear new words have appeared on the final page. We are together. We are at peace. Thank you. Story 6. I still can't sleep with the window open. It's been 3 months since that night at Hidden Lake, and I'm typing this at 4 in the morning because I woke up in a cold sweat again. I figured maybe writing it all down might help, though I doubt it. Jake says I should see someone, but how do I explain this to a therapist without sounding completely insane? It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. Jake and I have been friends since college, and with both of us dealing with job stress, we decided to take an impromptu road trip through the Pacific Northwest. Nothing fancy, just my old Honda Civic, some camping gear, and no real destination in mind. Jake's always been the spontaneous one, while I tend to overthink everything. That's probably why I'm the one who can't let this go. We left Portland early on a Friday morning in October. The fall colors were incredible, all those deep reds and golds against the evergreens. We spent most of the day just driving, stopping whenever we saw something interesting. Around 4 in the afternoon, we veered off the main highway onto these winding back roads. Let's find somewhere cool to camp, Jake said, scrolling through his phone. Something off the beaten path. The problem with being off the beaten path is that GPS gets spotty. We were somewhere between Mount Hood and the Columbia River Gorge when we saw it. This small, hand-painted wooden sign nailed to a tree. Hidden Lake, 3 miles. It looked old, the paint faded and peeling, but something about it caught my attention. Dude, let's check it out, Jake said, already turning onto the narrow dirt road before I could respond. The road was barely more than a trail, honestly. Tree branches scraped against the sides of my car as we drove deeper into the forest. The trees grew thicker, blocking out most of the late afternoon sun. I remember thinking we should turn back. My Civic wasn't made for off-roading, but Jake was excited, and I didn't want to be the buzzkill. After about 15 minutes of slow driving, the trees suddenly opened up, and there it was, Hidden Lake. And man, it was gorgeous. A perfect oval of dark blue water surrounded by tall pines and maples, with mountains rising in the distance. The sun was starting to set, casting this golden light across the water. Not another soul in sight. Jackpot, Jake exclaimed, already pulling camping gear from the trunk. We set up camp about 30 feet from the water's edge. There was a small clearing that looked like it had been used as a campsite before, a crude fire pit made of stones, some old charred logs. It was perfect, too perfect maybe. That should have been my first clue. As we were setting up the tent, I noticed something odd. It was quiet, like unnaturally quiet. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, just the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I mentioned it to Jake, but he shrugged it off. That's why they call it Hidden Lake, man. Hidden from everyone, even the wildlife. We got a fire going as darkness fell and cooked some hot dogs and beans. The temperature dropped quickly, and a light mist began rising from the lake surface. It was beautiful in an eerie sort of way, the mist catching the moonlight. "I'm going for a swim," Jake announced, stripping down to his boxers. "Dude, it's like 50 degrees out," I protested, but he was already heading toward the water. I watched from the shore as Jake waded in, then dove under. The lake was incredibly still, almost like glass, with just these small ripples where Jake disturbed the surface. I sat there on a log, poking at the fire, when something caught my eye, a shadow moving beneath the water not far from where Jake was swimming. It was big, much bigger than a fish should be, and it seemed to be moving directly toward him. "Jake," I called out, "there's something in the water." He surfaced, pushing his wet hair back. "What?" "I saw something moving under the water, right near you." He treaded water, looking around. "Probably just a big fish, man. This lake's probably full of them." He swam a few more minutes before coming back to shore, shivering. Water's freezing, but refreshing. I didn't tell him that what I saw was way too big to be a fish. I was probably just seeing things in the dark. As the night progressed, the mist from the lake grew thicker, creeping up the shore toward our campsite. It wasn't normal fog. It moved too deliberately, almost like it was crawling along the ground. By midnight, our entire campsite was enveloped in it, so thick we could barely see the lake anymore, though it was only a stone's throw away. We turned in around 1 in the morning, crawling into our 2-person tent. Jake fell asleep almost immediately. He can sleep anywhere, but I lay awake, listening. That's when I first heard them. Whispers, faint at first, like the sound of wind through leaves, but gradually becoming more distinct. They seemed to be coming from the direction of the lake. I tried to wake Jake, but he just grunted and rolled over. The whispers continued, growing slightly louder. I couldn't make out words exactly, but there was a rhythm to them, almost like a conversation. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Against my better judgment, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The fog was so thick I could barely see 5 feet in front of me. The air felt heavy, damp, and much colder than before. I grabbed my flashlight, but it barely penetrated the mist, creating more of a glow than a beam. I followed the whispers toward the lake, my feet crunching softly on the fallen leaves. The closer I got to the water, the clearer the whispers became, though I still couldn't understand them. They had a strange quality, not quite male or female, but somehow both and neither at the same time. That's when I saw her. Standing at the water's edge was a woman with long, dark hair that hung down to her waist. She wore what looked like a white dress that billowed slightly, though there was no wind. Her back was to me, and she was staring out at the lake. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. She turned slowly, and I felt my blood turn to ice. Her face was pale, not just white, but almost translucent, like I could see the moonlight through her skin. Her eyes were dark pools, no distinction between pupil and iris, but it was her expression that terrified me most, a mixture of intense sadness and something else, hunger maybe. "Help me," she whispered, her voice somehow carrying perfectly through the fog. She extended her hand toward me, beckoning, "Come into the water with me." I stood frozen, unable to move or speak. Every instinct screamed danger, but I felt drawn to her, like a hook had been placed in my chest and was pulling me forward. "Connor." Jake's voice broke the spell. He was standing a few feet behind me, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "What the hell are you doing out here?" When I looked back at the woman, her expression had changed. The sadness was gone, replaced by something that can only be described as rage. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. The whispers around us intensified, becoming a cacophony of voices, all speaking at once. "We need to go," I managed to say, backing away. "Now." Jake must have seen her too, because the color drained from his face. "What the fuck is that?" We didn't wait to find out. We ran back to the campsite, the whispers following us, growing louder and more frantic. The fog seemed to thicken, swirling around our legs as if trying to trip us. We didn't bother with the tent or most of our gear. We just grabbed our keys, phones, and wallets and sprinted to the car. As I fumbled with the keys, I glanced back toward the lake. The fog had parted slightly, and I could see not just one figure now, but several, shadowy forms standing at the water's edge, all with the same long hair and billowing clothes. They were perfectly still, watching us. The car started on the third try, and I floored it, branches scraping the paint as we sped down the narrow dirt road. Neither of us spoke. I was gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white, and Jake kept looking back through the rear window. After what felt like an eternity, we reached the main road. There was a small gas station about 10 miles down, still open despite the late hour. We pulled in, both of us shaking. The attendant, an older man with a gray beard, took one look at us and asked, "You boys come from Hidden Lake?" When we nodded, he sighed. Should have put up a better sign. That old road's been closed for years, ever since those drownings back in the 90s. Drownings? Jake asked. Family of 5. They say the mother went mad, drowned her kids in the lake, then herself. Place has been haunted ever since. Locals know to stay away, but tourists... He trailed off, shaking his head. "You've seen her?" I asked. "The woman in white?" The attendant's eyes narrowed. "She tried to get you in the water?" I nodded, a chill running down my spine. "You're lucky. Most folks who follow her don't come back. They say she's still looking for new children to replace the ones she lost." We bought some coffee and sat in the car, trying to process what had happened. Neither of us fully believed in ghosts, but we couldn't deny what we'd seen. As we drove away from the gas station, heading back toward Portland, I saw something in my rearview mirror that made my heart stop. A figure in white standing by the side of the road, arm outstretched. I blinked, and it was gone. We drove straight through the night, not stopping until we reached the city limits. We haven't spoken much about what happened since then. Jake seems to have moved past it, or at least he's pretending to, but I can't shake it. Sometimes, when I'm in the shower or washing dishes, I swear I can hear those whispers again, just at the edge of my hearing. And twice now, I've woken up in the middle of the night to find my bathroom sink running with no memory of having turned it on. Last week, I looked up those drownings the gas station attendant mentioned. There was nothing. No news articles, no local legends, nothing. When I called the station to ask for more information, they said they'd never had an employee matching the description I gave. I don't know what we encountered at Hidden Lake that night, but I'm certain of one thing. We were never meant to leave. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if we truly did. Story 7. I still can't sleep without a light on, and it's been 3 weeks since it happened. I know how this is going to sound, but I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I'm not looking for validation. I know what I saw. It was October 4th, a Tuesday. I remember because I'd just finished a particularly brutal shift at the warehouse where I work inventory. My boss had been riding me all day about shipment discrepancies that weren't even my fault, and all I wanted was to get home, crack open a beer, and zone out to whatever game was on that night. I left work around 9:30, much later than usual. The turnpike is usually my quickest route home, a straight shot that cuts through about 20 miles of woods and farmland. During the day, it's actually kind of pretty. At night, it's just dark. Really dark. That night was different, though. As soon as I merged onto the highway, something felt off. The air in my car felt heavy, like when a storm is about to break, but the sky was clear with just a quarter moon. I rolled down my window thinking maybe I was just tired and needed some fresh air. The wind whipped through my car, but instead of feeling refreshing, it made the hairs on my arms stand up. I remember checking my rearview mirror constantly, feeling like someone was tailgating me, but there was never anyone there, just empty roads stretching back into darkness. I turned up the radio to drown out my thoughts, but it kept cutting in and out with static. I figured it was just poor reception in the woods. About halfway home, I approached this old rest stop that's been partially closed for renovation for what seems like forever. Most of the lights were out except for this one street lamp that kept flickering on and off. As I drove past, something caught my eye. There was a woman standing at the edge of the parking lot. I almost didn't see her at first. She was wearing this white dress or gown that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. What really got me was that she was completely still, just staring directly at my car as I drove past, not waving for help or anything, just watching. I slowed down instinctively, wondering if she needed assistance, but something about her made me hesitate. Her stillness was unnatural, and her eyes, I couldn't really make them out from the road, but I felt them following me. I sped up, telling myself it was probably just someone waiting for a ride, maybe their car broke down. But why would they be standing in the darkness instead of under the light? Why weren't they on their phone? Who wears a white gown to a rest stop? As I continued driving, the road narrowed and the trees seemed to press closer to the pavement. The woods on either side were dense, the kind where you can't see more than a few feet in before it's just blackness. My headlights seemed dimmer than usual, barely cutting through the darkness ahead. Then it happened. My car sputtered for a second. Just a brief moment where the engine hiccuped and my headlights flickered. It was so quick I might have imagined it, but the radio died completely and my dashboard lights dimmed before coming back on. Just a power surge, I told myself. Old car problems. But in that split second when my headlights flickered, I saw movement in the woods to my right. Not like an animal scurrying away, more like something flowing between the trees, keeping pace with my car. Something tall. I pressed the gas harder, pushing my old Civic to 70, then 80. The speedometer trembled as I approached 90. The trees blurred past, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I'd seen was still there, moving alongside me just out of sight. Then I saw her again, the woman in white. She was standing right at the edge of the woods, so close to the road I nearly swerved to avoid her. This time I got a better look at her face. She was pale, with dark hair that hung limply around her shoulders. Her eyes were wide and sunken, and she was staring directly at me again. Not at my car, at me, like she could see through the windshield, through the darkness, right into my eyes. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. I hit the gas even harder, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The road ahead curved sharply, and I had to slow down or risk flying off into the trees. As I took the curve, a pair of headlights suddenly appeared from the opposite direction. They were swerving erratically, crossing the center line and then jerking back. I slammed on my brakes and pulled as far right as I could. The other car came barreling toward me, missing my front bumper by inches. In my rearview mirror, I watched in horror as the vehicle skidded off the road and crashed into the trees with a sickening crunch of metal. I sat there for a moment, my hands shaking, debating what to do. I couldn't just leave someone who might be injured. Despite everything that had happened, despite the terror still coursing through me, I pulled over and grabbed my phone. No signal, of course. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, and got out of my car. The night was silent except for the ticking of my cooling engine and a faint hissing sound from the crashed vehicle about 50 yards back. I walked toward it slowly, my flashlight beam bouncing with each shaky step. The car had hit a large oak tree head-on. The front was completely crushed, steam rising from the crumpled hood. I approached the driver's side, bracing myself for what I might find. The door was hanging open. The car was empty. Not just no driver, no one at all. The airbags had deployed, and there was a spiderweb crack on the windshield where someone's head would have hit it. The keys were still in the ignition. A cell phone sat in the cup holder, its screen cracked but still glowing with an incoming call. I backed away from the car, my flashlight darting around the surrounding woods. "Hello?" I called out. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" No response except the faint echo of my own voice. Then I heard it, a soft sobbing sound coming from behind me. I whirled around, nearly dropping my flashlight. The woman in white was standing about 20 feet away. Up close, she looked even more wrong. Her skin wasn't just pale, it had a translucent quality, like I could almost see through her. Her white gown was tattered at the edges and seemed to move slightly, even though there was no wind. But it was her eyes that froze me in place. They were filled with such profound sorrow that I felt it like a physical weight. "They're coming," she said, her voice barely above a whisper but somehow crystal clear in the silent night. "The shadows are hungry tonight." I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My flashlight beam passed right through her when I pointed it directly at her. "Run!" she suddenly screamed, her face contorting with terror. "They're here! Run!" That broke my paralysis. I turned and sprinted back toward my car, not daring to look behind me, but I heard it, a chaotic symphony of sounds erupting from the woods, rustling like hundreds of dried leaves being disturbed at once, whispers in a language I couldn't understand, but somehow filled me with dread, and a sound like fabric tearing, but deeper, as if reality itself was being ripped apart. I risked one glance back as I reached my car. The woman stood with her arms raised, her white form now illuminated not by moonlight, but by her own ghostly glow. Around her, the darkness seemed to be moving, swirling, coalescing into shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. Tall, thin shapes with too many angles, bending in ways that nothing should bend. I jumped in my car, fumbled with the keys, and finally got the engine started. As I peeled away, my headlights caught one last glimpse of the scene in my rearview mirror. The woman was gone, and where she had stood was just a writhing mass of shadow that seemed to be spreading across the road toward me. I drove like a madman, blowing through the one red light in the small town 10 miles down the road. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station another 5 miles further, my gas tank nearly empty, my hands still shaking so badly I could barely turn off the ignition. The attendant must have seen the terror on my face when I walked in because he immediately asked if I was all right. When I told him where I'd been driving, his expression changed from concern to something more guarded. "You saw her, didn't you? The woman by the road?" he asked quietly. I just nodded, not trusting my voice. He poured me a cup of coffee, refused to let me pay for it, and told me to sit down. Then he explained that people had been disappearing on that stretch of turnpike for years. Most were written off as accidents or runaways, but locals knew better. He said the woman, whoever she had been in life, was trying to warn drivers. About what, he wasn't entirely clear. He mentioned shadows that feed on fear and regret, and something about them wanting souls. I asked about the crashed car, the missing driver. He just shook his head and said, "They got another one. I haven't driven on that turnpike since that night. I take the long way to work now, adding 40 minutes to my commute each way. Sometimes I think about the woman's eyes, so full of sorrow, and I wonder how many people she's tried to save. I wonder about the driver of that car, where they went, if they're still somehow existing, somewhere. Most of all, I wonder about those shadows, what they are, what they want, and how many of them are out there, just beyond the reach of our headlights, waiting for a car to break down or a curious driver to stop at the wrong place. I keep a light on when I sleep now. It doesn't help much because I know that if I look hard enough at the darkest corner of my room, I'll see movement, just the slightest shifting of shadow that shouldn't be there. And sometimes when I'm driving at night and my headlights flicker, even for a second, I swear I can hear whispers coming through the static on my radio. Story 8. I don't know if writing this down will help or just make things worse, but I need to get it off my chest. Yesterday was the breaking point for me after 25 years in this house, and I'm still shaking as I type this. Let me start by saying we knew the house was weird when we moved in. It was built on old swampland that had been drained back in the 60s. The basement was constructed in the 70s, but the actual house is much older. It was moved here from somewhere else. Nobody seems to know exactly where it came from originally. There are these creepy electrical poles right on our property too, which always gave me an uneasy feeling growing up. But the price was right for my mom and stepdad back in the 90s, and I was just a kid without any say in the matter. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have begged them to pick anywhere else. The first really freaky thing happened when I was about 14. I came home from school and Mom was acting weird, asking me why I changed clothes. She swore up and down that I'd come home earlier, walked right past her wearing my blue jeans and red sweater, and gone upstairs to my room without saying anything. But I hadn't been home at all. I was at my friend Jessica's house the whole time. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost when I told her that. I guess she had. That wasn't the last time either. A few months later, Mom was doing laundry downstairs and called up to my room to ask if I wanted anything to eat. Someone answered her from behind my closed door, said, "No thanks, clear as day." But I was at band practice. When she realized I wasn't home, she freaked out and called my stepdad at work. By the time he got home, there was nobody there. Nothing was missing or out of place. It wasn't just fake me either. I started hearing my stepdad calling my name from different parts of the house when he wasn't even home. I'd follow the voice and find empty rooms. After the third time it happened, I learned to yell back, "I'm coming," but then go check if his car was in the driveway first. It never was when this happened. Yesterday was exactly 25 years since we moved in. I never planned to stay this long, but after my stepdad got sick and Mom needed help, I just never left. Now it's just me alone in this house with whatever else lives here. I woke up early yesterday to the sound of running water. Immediately my stomach knotted up because water problems in this house are never simple. We've had 2 major basement floods, countless burst pipes in winter, 3 water heaters that died within a year of installation, and every single appliance that uses water has failed at least twice. I'm talking washing machines, dishwashers, even the ice maker in the fridge. The plumbers joke that our house is cursed, but they have no idea how right they are. I followed the sound to the bathroom where water was pouring from beneath the sink cabinet. I shut off the water valve and mopped up the mess, already dreading another expensive repair. That's when I noticed the cabinet door was slightly open, and I swear I saw something black dart out from underneath. My first thought was, great, water damage and mice, but then I remembered the ghost cat. I've seen it dozens of times over the years. Solid black with these glowing yellowish eyes. It looks completely real until you try to touch it. The first time I saw it, I reached down to pet it and my hand went right through. I screamed so loud the neighbors called to check on me. My mom saw it too, and so did at least 4 different friends who've stayed over. It seems to appear most often when something bad is about to happen. After cleaning up the water mess, I went down to the basement to check for damage. Our basement is always cold, even in summer, but yesterday it was like walking into a freezer. My breath came out in clouds, even though it was July and nearly 80 degrees outside. I flipped on the light switch and nothing happened. Great. I used my phone flashlight instead and made my way to the circuit breaker. As I reached for the panel, I heard a woman's voice whisper right in my ear, "He's coming back today." I spun around so fast I dropped my phone, plunging me into complete darkness. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I fumbled around on the floor, desperate to find my phone, when my hand touched something ice cold and smooth. It wasn't my phone, it felt like a hand. I scrambled backwards until I hit the wall, then felt my way along it until I reached the stairs. I practically crawled up them on all 4s, not caring how pathetic I looked. Once I got to the top, I slammed the door and locked it, which is something I've never done before. The basement door doesn't even need a lock. It's inside the house, but my stepdad installed one years ago because he said sometimes he'd find it open in the morning, even though he distinctly remembered closing it at night. My stepdad, that's who the voice must have been talking about. He passed away 5 years ago from cancer. 3 months before he died, he was taking a nap in the living room and woke up to find a man standing in the doorway. He described him as tall, wearing old-fashioned clothes, with a beard. My stepdad asked who he was, and the man just said, "I'm not afraid of you," and vanished. That same day, he saw 2 women in long dresses walking through our kitchen. He told us about it when we got home from the hospital, where he'd just received his terminal diagnosis. He never came back to the house after that, went straight to hospice instead. With the basement door securely locked, I went to make coffee, trying to calm my nerves. The kitchen has always been a hotspot for activity. For years, we'd hear the back door open and close in the middle of the night, even though it was locked and bolted from the inside. My mom finally hung a blessed cross over it, and that particular disturbance stopped. But other things kept happening. As I waited for the coffee to brew, I noticed the painting I'd done for my grandparents' anniversary was crooked on the wall. It's a large canvas, about 3 feet by 4 feet, in a heavy wood frame. I'd just hung it the day before after my grandma passed away last month and I inherited it back. I went to straighten it, and as soon as I touched the frame, the entire thing flew off the wall like someone had shoved it with both hands. It crashed to the floor with such force that it punctured both the canvas and damaged the wooden frame. The weird part? The painting landed right next to my grandmother's collection of crystal angels on the side table, but not a single one was disturbed. There's no way that painting could have fallen with that much force and in that specific direction without knocking over those delicate glass figurines, unless something deliberately targeted just the painting. I picked up the damaged artwork and saw there was a hole punched clean through the canvas. Not a tear from the fall, but a perfect circular hole about the size of a fist. When I turned the painting over, I saw 5 distinct indentations in the wood frame, like fingers had gripped it with incredible strength. That's when I remembered something the previous owners had left behind. When we first moved in, we found several fist-sized holes in various walls, poorly covered with wallpaper. My mom just assumed the previous owners had marriage problems. They did get divorced right before selling the house, but now I wonder if something in this house drove them to violence, or if they were trying to fight back against whatever's here. I was still examining the damaged painting when the lights flickered and the coffee maker made a horrible grinding noise before shutting off completely. The kitchen suddenly felt 20 degrees colder. I backed away from the counter, and that's when I saw it. The ghost cat sitting in the doorway, staring at me with those unnatural yellow eyes. But this time it didn't disappear when I looked directly at it. Instead, it stood up, arched its back, and hissed at something behind me. I couldn't bring myself to turn around. I could feel someone, something, standing right behind me. Close enough that I should have felt breath on my neck, but instead there was just an unnatural coldness radiating against my skin. The cat darted away, and I finally gathered the courage to spin around. There was nothing there, at least nothing I could see, but the temperature continued to drop until I could see my breath. The overhead light began to swing slightly, casting weird moving shadows across the kitchen floor. That's when I heard heavy footsteps upstairs, directly above the kitchen. Slow, deliberate steps that crossed from one end of my bedroom to the other. I live alone. There shouldn't be anyone upstairs. The footsteps stopped right above where I was standing. Then 3 loud knocks came from the ceiling as if someone was pounding on my bedroom floor with their fist. Knock, knock, knock. I ran. I just grabbed my keys and phone and ran out the front door to my car. I didn't even put on shoes. I drove to the nearest hotel and checked in, and that's where I am now, trying to make sense of what happened. The thing that scares me most is that when I looked at my phone after I got to the hotel, I had a missed call from my house phone. Someone or something had called me from inside my empty house. The voicemail was just static and what sounded like a woman crying. I don't know what to do. I've tried having the house blessed, burning sage, hanging protective symbols. Nothing works. Whatever is in that house has been there longer than us, and I think it's getting stronger, or angrier, or both. I can't sell the house in good conscience, knowing what might happen to the next owners, but I don't think I can go back there either, not after yesterday. Not after 25 years of escalating encounters that defy any rational explanation. The house seems to attract negativity and feed on it. It breaks things, mimics loved ones, shows us things that shouldn't exist, and now it's directly attacking things I care about. I think whatever is in that house wants me gone, and after yesterday, I'm finally ready to give it what it wants. Story 9. I don't usually talk about this kind of thing because people either think I'm crazy or they get really uncomfortable, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. This all started about 7 months ago, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've lived in Singapore for most of my life, in a quiet neighborhood in Tampines. My apartment isn't anything fancy, just a standard HDB flat on the 12th floor with a decent view of the community gardens below. I work as a nurse at a children's hospital, which is both rewarding and heartbreaking, as you can imagine. 3 years ago, I met the Zhou family when their daughter, Li Fen, was admitted to our oncology ward. She was just 5 years old then, with these big, curious eyes, and the kind of smile that could light up an entire room, even when she was in pain. Li Fen had leukemia, and over the next 2 years, I got to know her and her parents quite well. Her father, Mr. Zhou, was always trying to be strong, while her mother, Mrs. Zhou, Hui, would sometimes break down in the hallway when she thought no one was looking. Despite aggressive treatment, Li Fen passed away last year, just after her 7th birthday. I remember her last day vividly. She was so weak but still managed to thank me for the small birthday cupcake I'd brought her. The Zhous were devastated. Within 3 months, they had separated. Mr. Zhou stayed in Singapore, but Mrs. Zhou moved back to China to be with her family. I heard through hospital gossip that the grief had torn them apart. They couldn't look at each other without seeing their daughter. After Li Fen's death, I tried to move on like we're trained to do. You can't carry every patient with you or you'd break, but sometimes certain kids stick with you. Li Fen was one of those kids. Now, here's where things get difficult to explain. One night in January, I was doing laundry around 11 p.m. I live alone, so my apartment was completely silent except for the hum of the washing machine. I was folding clothes when I felt this weird sensation, like someone was watching me. You know that feeling when the air changes somehow? That's what it was like. I turned around, and I swear my heart nearly stopped. There was Li Fen, standing by my living room window, wearing the same pink pajamas with little rabbits that she'd worn in the hospital. She wasn't transparent or floating or anything you see in movies. She looked solid, except there was this faint glow around her, like she was being lit from behind. I dropped the shirt I was folding. My first thought was that I was hallucinating from exhaustion. I'd been working double shifts that week. I rubbed my eyes, but she was still there looking at me with those same big eyes. Mei Lin Jie Jie, she said. That's what she always called me, Big Sister Mei Lin. Her voice sounded exactly the same, not echoey or distant, just normal. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. My throat closed up, and I just stood there, staring. "Don't be scared," she said, walking closer. Her feet didn't make any sound on my hardwood floor. "I need your help." I finally managed to speak. "Li Fen, how? What?" I couldn't form a complete sentence. She smiled, and it was her smile, the one that made the worst days at the hospital bearable. "I can't stay long," she said. "It's hard to be here." I noticed then that she wasn't dragging her right leg like she had been in her final months when the cancer had spread to her bones. She looked healthy, whole. "I'm sad," she continued. "Mama is so sad she can't even smile anymore. Baba is angry all the time. They don't talk to each other. They need to know I'm okay now. I can run and dance again." She did a little twirl in my living room, and I swear I felt a breeze. I somehow found the courage to sit down on my couch. My legs were shaking too badly to stand. "Li Fen, I don't understand. How can I help you?" "I need you to tell Mama something," she said, sitting down next to me. The couch didn't sink under her weight. "Tell her I'm happy now. Tell her I don't hurt anymore. Tell her she needs to be happy again too." I could feel tears running down my face. "I don't know where your mom is, Li Fen. She moved back to China." "Hangzhou," Li Fen said immediately. "With grandmother. She cries every night. Please tell her to stop crying. It makes me sad." I didn't know what to say. How was I supposed to contact Mrs. Zhou in Hangzhou? We weren't close. I was just her daughter's nurse. And what would I say? "Hi, your dead daughter appeared in my apartment and wants you to know she's okay." She'd think I was cruel or insane, but looking at Li Fen's face, I couldn't say no, even if this was some bizarre hallucination. What harm would it do to try? "I'll try to find her," I promised. Li Fen's face lit up. "Thank you, JG." She stood up. "I have to go now. It's hard to stay in your world." "Wait," I called out. "Will you come back?" She smiled again. "I'll try, But once Mama knows I'm okay, I might not need to. Then she walked back toward the window and just faded. 1 second she was there and the next she was gone, like a light being dimmed until it went out. I sat on my couch until sunrise, unable to move or think clearly. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Was I losing my mind? I called in sick to work that day and spent hours researching grief hallucinations, but everything I read said hallucinations were usually brief glimpses, not full conversations, and they certainly didn't provide information you didn't already know, like Mrs. Joe being in Hangzhou specifically. Over the next few days, I tried to find a way to contact Mrs. Zhou. I didn't have her personal information, and patient records were confidential. I tried looking her up on social media, but had no luck. I even considered asking Mr. Zhou, but we hadn't exactly been close, and I wasn't sure how he'd react to me asking about his ex-wife. A week after Li Fen's visit, I was cooking dinner when I felt that same shift in the air. I turned around, and there she was again, sitting at my kitchen table, swinging her legs like she used to do in her hospital bed. "Have you found Mama yet?" she asked. I set down my spatula. I was less frightened this time, more sad. "I'm trying, Li Fen. It's not easy." She nodded, understanding in a way that seemed beyond her years. "Try WeChat. All Chinese people use WeChat." I hadn't thought of that. "Do you know her username?" "Huizhou 1978, she said without hesitation. "That's her birth year." I grabbed a pen and wrote it down. "Li Fen, how do you know these things? How are you here right now?" She tilted her head. "I'm not sure. I just am. But it's tiring." As if to prove her point, her image flickered slightly. "Please hurry, Jieji. Mama needs to know before she makes a big mistake." "What mistake?" I asked, alarmed, but Li Fen just shook her head. "Just tell her I'm happy and that she should be happy too. Tell her I can dance again." She stood up and did another twirl, this time lifting her arms above her head gracefully. Then she smiled at me one last time and faded away, just like before. That night, I downloaded WeChat and searched for Huizhou 1978. There she was. Mrs. Zhou's profile picture showed her looking much thinner than I remembered, her face drawn with grief. I sent her a message, trying to sound as non-crazy as possible. "Mrs. Zhou, this is Mei Lin, one of the nurses who cared for Li Fen at Singapore General. I hope you don't mind me contacting you. I've been thinking about Li Fen recently and wanted to check how you're doing." It was a cowardly message. I couldn't bring myself to say, "Your dead daughter visited me twice and gave me a message for you." But it was a start. To my surprise, she responded almost immediately. "Nurse Mei Lin, thank you for remembering my daughter. I am not well, but I appreciate your concern." We exchanged a few more messages, and she seemed desperate to talk about Li Fen, as if no one in her life would let her. She told me she was considering moving far away, maybe to Canada, to start completely fresh where nothing reminded her of her daughter. That must have been the mistake Li Fen mentioned. After building some rapport over a few days, I finally gathered my courage. I sent her a voice message because I couldn't bear to type it. "Mrs. Zhou, what I'm about to tell you will sound strange and you might not believe me, but I've seen Li Fen twice in my apartment. She asked me specifically to tell you that she's happy now and doesn't hurt anymore. She said she can run and dance again. She wants you to be happy too and to stop crying at night because it makes her sad. She specifically asked me to find you in Hangzhou and mentioned you were living with your mother. I had no way of knowing these things. I'm not trying to upset you. I just promised her I would tell you." There was no response for 2 days. I was sure I'd offended her deeply, or that she thought I was playing some cruel joke. I regretted sending the message and was about to apologize when she finally replied with a video call request. I answered, and Mrs. Zhou's face filled my screen. She'd been crying. "The pink rabbit pajamas," she said without greeting me. Was she wearing them? I nodded, my heart pounding. Yes, the ones with the little rabbits holding carrots. Mrs. Zhou covered her mouth with her hand. Those were her favorite. She was buried in different clothes. No one would know about those pajamas except family. She called me Mei Lin Jie, I added. That's what she always called me at the hospital. Mrs. Joe nodded, tears streaming down her face. That sounds like my Liefen. She was always so respectful. She took a deep breath. Did she seem afraid or in pain? No, I said firmly. She looked happy, healthy. She could walk normally. She even twirled around to show me she could dance. She specifically said she doesn't hurt anymore. Mrs. Joe broke down then, sobbing uncontrollably. But they didn't seem like sad tears. When she composed herself, she said, I've been planning to move away, to disappear. I've had thoughts of joining her. Life without her has been unbearable. My blood ran cold. Liefen had known her mother was contemplating suicide. She wants you to be happy, I repeated. She said she can't rest if you're so sad. Mrs. Joe wiped her eyes. I was praying for a sign, any sign that she wasn't just gone, that she wasn't suffering. She looked at me intensely through the screen. Thank you for having the courage to tell me this. Most people would have kept it to themselves. After that conversation, something changed for me. I started noticing things I'd never noticed before. Sometimes at the hospital, I'd catch glimpses of children who shouldn't be there, usually near patients who were particularly ill. Once I saw an elderly man standing beside his wife's bed the day before she passed away, but when I looked again, he wasn't there. The next day, I learned he had died 2 years earlier. I've seen Liefen one more time since that day. It was about a month after I spoke with her mother. She appeared in my living room while I was reading, looking even healthier than before, almost glowing. Thank you, Gigi, she said. Mama is better now. She smiles sometimes. I'm glad, I told her. Your mom is very brave. Liefen nodded. She's going to help other sick children now, like you do. I later found out Mrs. Joe had decided to volunteer at a children's cancer ward in Hangzhou. Will I see you again? I asked. Liefen shook her head. I don't think so. I'm going somewhere else now, somewhere nice. She gave me one last smile. Don't be afraid when the others come to you. They just need help too. Then she was gone. I haven't seen her since, but I've helped 3 other spirits find peace in the months since then. I don't tell many people about this. Like I said, they either think I'm crazy or get freaked out, but I know what I've experienced is real. Sometimes I wonder why this is happening to me. Was it always there and I just never noticed? Or did helping Liefen somehow open a door? I don't have answers. All I know is that when these spirits find me, they're lost and sad, and when they leave, they seem at peace. And honestly, that's not so different from my job as a nurse. I just never expected my patients to keep finding me after they died. Story 10. I've been trying to make sense of what happened in our home for the past 6 months, but I still can't explain it. Some nights I lie awake, wondering if we're truly safe now, or if it's just waiting, watching us from somewhere we can't see. It started last October. We live in Lakewood. Nothing special about the neighborhood. Just your typical suburban area with decent-sized houses and quiet streets. My daughter Megan had just started her junior year of high school, and my husband Richard, Megan's stepdad, had recently been promoted at work. Everything seemed perfectly normal until it wasn't. The first time I noticed something was off, I was downstairs making dinner. I distinctly heard sobbing coming from upstairs. The kind of soft, muffled crying that immediately sets off alarm bells for any parent. It sounded exactly like Megan. I dropped what I was doing and rushed upstairs, calling her name. When I got to her bedroom, the door was open and nobody was there. I checked the bathroom, the guest room, everywhere. The house was empty except for me and our cats. I texted Megan, and she replied that she was still at her girlfriend Amber's house and wouldn't be home for another hour. I tried to brush it off. Old houses make weird noises, right? But it happened again 3 days later. This time I was in the laundry room, and the crying was so clear, so unmistakably Megan's voice, that I ran upstairs in a panic. Again, nothing, and this time Megan was downstairs in the living room with her headphones on, completely fine. When I mentioned it to her, she gave me this strange look and said, "Mom, I've been hearing weird stuff too." She told me that for the past week or so she'd been hearing scratching at her bedroom door at night. Not the normal scratching our cats do when they want in. This was higher up on the door, at about eye level, and it followed distinct patterns. Sometimes it would scratch 3 times, pause, then 4 times, pause, then 3 times again. Our cats, Kyle and Mittens, would be in the room with her when this happened, looking as confused as she was. "It's freaking me out," she admitted. "I thought maybe it was Richard messing with me, but he was asleep when it happened last night." I didn't want to scare her more by mentioning the crying I'd heard, so I just said we'd keep an eye on things and maybe the house was settling. But then came the night that changed everything. It was around 11 o'clock, and Richard was heading upstairs to bed. Kyle, our orange tabby, followed him up as he often did. Kyle is special to us. We rescued him as a kitten 5 years ago, and he's the sweetest, most affectionate cat you could imagine. He has this adorable habit of sleeping on Richard's pillow, curled around his head like a furry orange halo. Megan was in her room doing homework, and I was downstairs in the living room, catching up on some work emails. About 20 minutes after Richard went up, Kyle jumped onto my lap and started purring. I didn't think much of it at first. Cats come and go as they please. But then I realized something wasn't adding up. I absent-mindedly stroked Kyle's back while finishing an email when Megan came downstairs for a snack. "I thought Kyle went to bed with Richard," she said, grabbing a yogurt from the fridge. "He did," I replied, still typing. "But he came back down a little while ago." Megan walked over and looked at Kyle, who was now completely relaxed and half asleep on my lap. "That's weird. I literally saw him follow Richard into your bedroom and Richard closed the door." A cold feeling washed over me. "Are you sure?" "Positive. Like 2 minutes before I started my math homework." I called upstairs to Richard, trying to keep my voice casual. "Hey, did you let Kyle out of the bedroom?" There was a pause, then his confused voice. "Kyle's right here with me. He hasn't moved since we came up." Megan and I looked at each other, then down at the orange cat on my lap. I must have gone pale because Megan immediately pulled out her phone and FaceTimed Amber. "Hey, can you see my mom right now?" she asked, turning the phone toward me. Amber's voice came through the speaker. "Yeah, she's sitting on the couch with Kyle." "Why?" Megan ended the call without answering and turned to me with wide eyes. "Mom, that can't be Kyle." But it was. The same size, same markings, same little nick in his ear from a fight years ago, same collar with the little bell. He was purring and kneading my leg just like he always did. With shaking hands, I lifted the cat off my lap and set him on the couch. "Stay here," I told Megan, trying to sound calmer than I felt. I went upstairs and opened our bedroom door. Richard was reading in bed, and there, curled up exactly where Megan had seen him, was Kyle. Same orange fur, same collar, same everything. "Richard," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Kyle is downstairs with Megan right now." He looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "What are you talking about? He's been here the whole time. He hasn't left the room." I begged Richard to come downstairs. He sighed, marked his place in his book, and followed me. When we got to the living room, Megan was standing behind the armchair, staring at the couch where I'd left the cat. But there was nothing there. "He just disappeared," she said, her voice trembling. "Like 1 second he was there, and then I blinked and he was gone." We searched the entire house, every closet, under every piece of furniture. Nothing, just Kyle, the real Kyle, who had somehow appeared behind us, having followed Richard down from the bedroom. That was the beginning of what we started calling the anti-Kyle incidents. After that night, we started noticing other things. Sometimes Kyle would be in 2 places at once. Richard would see him in the garage while I'd be petting him in the kitchen. Sometimes his shadow on the wall didn't match his movements. Once, Megan swore she saw him walk past her doorway in both directions at the same time. The crying I'd heard continued too, always sounding exactly like Megan when she wasn't home or wasn't upset. The scratching at her door got worse, sometimes lasting for minutes at a time, always at that unnatural height. We considered every logical explanation. Could there be another orange cat getting into our house somehow? We checked every window, every possible entry point. Nothing. Could Kyle be moving incredibly fast between rooms? We tested this theory by keeping eyes on him constantly. The phenomena still occurred. Things escalated about 3 weeks in. I was doing laundry in the basement when I heard footsteps above me. The distinct pattern of Kyle's paws when he runs across the hardwood, except these were heavier, almost like a person walking on all fours. When I came upstairs, there was nothing there, but all three of us, Richard, Megan, and I, heard a low growl from inside the walls that sent Kyle into a panic. He hissed at the empty corner of the room and refused to come out from under the couch for hours. That night, Megan had Amber sleep over because she was too frightened to be alone in her room. Around 3 in the morning, they both woke up to find what looked like Kyle sitting at the foot of the bed, staring at them. Except when Amber turned on the light, they realized his face was wrong. Too long, too human-like. When Amber screamed, the thing leapt off the bed and seemed to vanish into the shadows. The real Kyle was locked in our bedroom with us that night. There was no way he could have been in Megan's room. I'm not a superstitious person, but I was at my breaking point. Megan had done some research online and found stories about doppelgangers and mimics, entities that can take the form of living creatures. Some cultures believe they're omens of death or misfortune. Others think they're simply parasitic spirits looking for a way into our world. We decided to try cleansing the house. Amber's mom was into New Age stuff and gave us some Palo Santo wood. We burned it in every room, saying prayers and asking whatever was mimicking Kyle to leave our home. We paid special attention to Kyle himself, gently wafting the smoke around him while he squirmed and meowed in protest. For about a week, things seemed better. The scratching stopped. The crying stopped. No more Kyle doppelgangers inside the house. But then it moved outside. One evening in November, I was washing dishes when I heard meowing at the back door. Kyle can't meow properly. He has some kind of vocal cord issue that makes him sound more like he's squeaking or chirping. But this was a full, loud meow. I looked through the glass door and saw an orange cat that looked exactly like Kyle sitting on our back step, except Kyle was sleeping on the couch behind me. I stood frozen, staring at this thing. It looked back at me with eyes that seemed too aware, too intelligent. Its face was slightly wrong, too elongated, like what Amber and Megan had described. It kept meowing, never breaking eye contact. "No," I said firmly through the door. "You're not welcome here." The cat stopped meowing. It slowly backed away from the door, but the bizarre thing was, it never turned around. It just kept facing me, backing up on its hind legs in a way no normal cat would move. When it reached the edge of our yard, it suddenly bolted sideways and, I swear I'm not making this up, seemed to transform mid-run into a different cat, a gray stray we called Karen, that sometimes came around for food. Richard saw it too. He was coming home from work and was halfway up the driveway when it happened. He rushed inside, white as a sheet, and told me exactly what I'd seen. We stopped letting Kyle go outside after that. We started seeing the anti-Kyle in our yard regularly, always just watching the house, always with that stretched face. Sometimes it would be Kyle, sometimes it would be another animal, but we could always tell it wasn't right. Megan read that iron is supposed to repel supernatural entities, so Richard bought some iron stakes that we placed around the property line. I don't know if it's working or if the thing just got bored, but the sightings have become less frequent. The last time I saw it was 2 weeks ago. I was taking out the trash at dusk when I spotted what looked like Kyle sitting under the big oak tree at the edge of our yard. For a split second, our eyes met, and I swear it smiled at me, a human smile on a cat's face. Then it turned and walked away, its body elongating with each step until it disappeared into the shadows between houses. I still don't know what that thing was or why it chose Kyle to mimic. We've talked about moving, but nowhere feels safer than others. Whatever this entity is, I don't think it's tied to our house. I think it's tied to us now. All I know is that every time I pet Kyle, I check his face first. And every time I hear Megan crying, I make sure it's really her before I respond. Because something was in our house pretending to be what we love most, and I'm not convinced it's truly gone. Story 11. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what's been happening these past few weeks. I can't sleep, and I'm starting to think I might need professional help. But then again, who would believe me? I know this will sound insane, but I need to get this off my chest, even if it's just typing it out to strangers. It all started about 6 years ago in the suburb where I grew up, just outside of Cleveland. It's one of those places with more factories than trees, where everyone knows everyone's business, and not much happens day to day. I was 14 then, hanging out at this run-down playground with some neighborhood kids. We weren't really friends, just people who ended up in the same place because there wasn't much else to do. The playground sits at the bottom of this small hill with a walking path running along the top. I remember it was early evening, that weird time when the sun hasn't quite set, but everything is getting dim. We were just goofing around, taking turns on the rusty swings, when I happened to look up at the path. That's when I saw it. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. There was this figure walking along the path. No, not walking, gliding, or moving in some unnatural way. It was absurdly tall, like basketball player tall, but even more stretched out, and it was pitch black. Not like African American black, but like a hole cut into reality, the kind of black that absorbs light. It wore what looked like an old-fashioned fedora hat and a long trench coat that reached almost to the ground, and it was carrying something, a briefcase, I think. The weirdest part, it made absolutely no sound. None. The path was covered in those small gravel stones that crunch when you walk on them, but this thing moved in complete silence. I blinked, and suddenly it was running, if you could call it that. Its movements were jerky, almost like stop-motion animation in real life. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I watched as it passed behind this skinny tree on the path, a tree that couldn't have possibly hidden its whole body, and then it was gone, completely vanished. I freaked out. I ran up the hill to the spot where I'd seen it disappear, but there was nothing there. No footprints in the gravel, no disturbed branches, nothing. When I came back down, the other kids looked at me like I was crazy. I tried explaining what I'd seen, but they just laughed. "Emma's seeing ghosts now," one of them mocked. "Maybe lay off the horror movies, weirdo." I stopped talking about it after that. Who would believe me anyway? But I never forgot what I saw. It stayed with me, lurking in the back of my mind, making me double-check shadows and avoid that playground after dark. Fast forward to high school. I'd made new friends, including my best friend Victor. We bonded over our shared love of weird stuff, conspiracy theories, unexplained phenomena, true crime, the usual teenage obsessions. One night during a sleepover at my house, we started sharing strange experiences we'd had. When it was my turn, I hesitated. I hadn't told anyone about the shadow figure since those kids laughed at me. But something about Victor made me feel like he wouldn't judge, so I described what I'd seen at the playground. "It was unnaturally tall," I said, "completely black, wearing a fedora and a trench coat," Victor finished, his face draining of color. My stomach dropped. "How did you know that?" Victor's hands were shaking as he told me his story. When he was 12, he was walking home from a friend's house after dark. It was winter, so it got dark early. He took a shortcut through an empty lot when a pack of stray dogs started chasing him. He ran but tripped and fell. As the dogs surrounded him, barking and growling, he looked up and saw something standing about 20 feet away. "It was exactly like you described," Victor said. "Impossibly tall, pitch black, with this old-fashioned hat. But I saw its eyes, Emma. They were glowing red, like embers, and it just stood there watching me. The dogs saw it too. They stopped barking and ran away, whimpering." Victor said he scrambled to his feet and ran all the way home without looking back. He never told anyone because he thought no one would believe him. I felt sick. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just in my imagination. Victor had seen it too. The next day, we went to Victor's house after school. We were still freaked out, comparing details of what we'd seen when his mom overheard us. She asked what we were talking about, and Victor, surprisingly, told her everything. I expected her to laugh or tell us we were watching too many scary movies. Instead, her face went white. "Your Aunt Marissa saw something like that," she said quietly. "It was about 20 years ago. She was picking mushrooms in the woods near Grandpa's old property. It was daytime, broad daylight. According to Victor's mom, his aunt had been alone in the woods when she felt someone watching her. She turned around and saw a tall, dark figure in a long coat standing between two trees. The strange part was that it seemed to be holding an old brick-style cell phone, like the Motorola ones from the 90s. When she blinked, it was gone. Victor's aunt had been so disturbed by the encounter that she refused to go back to those woods ever again. She chalked it up to seeing things, but she described the same entity, the same impossible height, the same dark clothing. That night, I told my grandmother about it. She's originally from Lebanon and has always been superstitious. When I described the figure, she crossed herself and muttered something about jinn, these spirits from Middle Eastern folklore that can take different forms. "Your great-grandmother saw one in our house in Beirut," she told me, a tall shadow that watched her from the hallway. The next day, her brother fell ill and died. I didn't sleep that night, or the night after. How could the same entity appear to different people across different times and places? What did it want? Why was it appearing to people in my family and Victor's? We started researching, looking up local legends, shadow people, anything that might explain what we'd seen. We found some forum posts about a fedora man or hat man, a shadow figure seen by people all over the world. Some thought it was a shared hallucination, others believed it was an interdimensional being, and some said it was a demon that fed on fear. None of the explanations made me feel any better. Things quieted down for a while. We graduated high school, started college, me at Cleveland State, Victor at a community college nearby. We still hung out regularly, but we stopped talking about the shadow man. It was like an unspoken agreement. If we didn't mention it, maybe it would stay away. That worked until about a month ago. I started having these recurring nightmares. In them, I'd be going about my normal day when suddenly everything would go dark. I'd feel a cold presence behind me, and when I turned around, there it would be, the shadow man, standing motionless. Then it would raise its arms, and I'd burst into flames. I'd wake up gasping, my body drenched in sweat. After the third night of the same dream, I called Victor. As soon as he answered, I knew something was wrong. His voice was shaky, barely above a whisper. "I saw it again," he said. My blood ran cold. "Where?" "Outside my house last night around midnight. I was taking out the trash, and I saw it standing on the corner of my street, but it was different." "Different how?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. It was wearing a white coat, like a doctor's coat, and it looked like it was trying to sneak toward me. I drove to Victor's house immediately. When I got there, he was sitting on his front porch looking pale and exhausted. We spent hours talking, trying to make sense of it all. Why was it back now, after all these years? Why the change in appearance? What did it want from us? That night, we decided to stay up together. Safety in numbers, right? We set up in Victor's living room with energy drinks and snacks, determined not to fall asleep. Around 3 in the morning, Victor's phone rang. The caller ID showed his mom's number, which was weird because she was upstairs sleeping. He answered, putting it on speaker. For a few seconds, there was just static. Then a low humming sound, almost like machinery, and beneath that, what sounded like breathing, slow, deliberate breaths. Victor ended the call and immediately tried calling his mom's phone. We could hear it ringing upstairs in her bedroom. She came down a few minutes later, confused and groggy, saying her phone had been beside her all night. We checked the call log on Victor's phone. No incoming calls were recorded. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, I've been staying at my parents' house. I know it sounds childish, but I'm scared to be alone. The nightmares have gotten worse. Last night, I dreamed I was walking through my old neighborhood when I passed a house with open curtains. I looked inside and saw the shadow man sitting at a dining table, surrounded by other shadow figures, smaller ones, like children. They were all looking at me. I woke up screaming. Victor thinks we should talk to someone, a paranormal investigator, a priest, anyone who might help us understand what's happening. But what would we say? Hey, we've been seeing this supernatural shadow creature for years, and now it seems to be getting closer. They'd think we were nuts. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what's happening. Last night I was in my bedroom when the lights flickered, just for a second. And in that moment I swear I saw a tall, dark silhouette reflected in my window. When I turned around, nothing was there. But on my bed was a small fedora hat, like a toy or a miniature that I've never seen before. I haven't told Victor about it yet. I'm not sure I should. He's already terrified, and so am I. Whatever this thing is, it's not just watching anymore. It's leaving things. It's making contact. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it wants. All I know is that the Shadow Man is real, and for some reason, it has chosen us. Maybe writing this down was a mistake. Maybe acknowledging it gives it power. But I needed someone to know in case... Wait. The lights in my room just flickered again, and it's getting cold. Really cold. There's a shadow on my wall that doesn't match anything in my room. It's tall and thin and wearing a hat. It's moving even though I'm sitting perfectly still. I need to go. I need to get out of here. If anyone reads this and has experienced something similar, please reach out. I don't think I have much time left before... Story 12. I haven't talked about this for a long time, not since the therapist told me I should try to move on. But I can't sleep tonight, and writing this might help. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't lived through it. It was January 2013, just after New Year's. Me, Rachel, Thomas, Caleb and Mark had been planning this winter camping trip for months. We weren't amateurs. All of us had backcountry experience and the right gear. The Adirondack high peaks in winter are no joke, but we knew what we were doing, or thought we did. We'd picked a route that would take us about 5 miles in from the trailhead. The forecast looked good, cold but clear, with temps dropping to around -10 at night. Normal for upstate New York in January. We arrived at the parking lot around noon on Friday, did our final gear check, and headed out on our skis. The trek-in was actually beautiful. Fresh powder from a storm earlier that week, bright sun, that crisp winter air that burns your lungs a little. We made good time and reached our planned camping spot around 4 in the afternoon. It was this perfect little clearing, sheltered by tall pines on 3 sides. We set up our tents, got a small cooking fire going, and settled in. I remember Thomas saying something weird while we were eating dinner. He kept sniffing the air and asking if anyone else smelled metal, like pennies or blood. None of us could smell anything except pine and wood smoke. He let it go, but I caught him sniffing a few more times that night. We stayed up pretty late, passing around a flask of whiskey. Terrible idea at those temperatures, but tradition is tradition. It must have been close to midnight when we finally crawled into our sleeping bags. Mark and Caleb shared one tent, while Thomas and I each had our own. I fell asleep almost instantly. The next thing I knew, I was wide awake. My phone said 2:17 a.m. At first, I thought I needed to pee. That's usually what wakes me up while camping. But then I felt it, this deep, weird vibration coming through the ground. Not like an earthquake, more like when you put your hand on a big speaker playing really low bass. I could feel it in my chest. Then I noticed the light, blue-white, pulsing slowly through the walls of my tent. It wasn't flashlight beam moving around, it was steady but pulsing, like a heartbeat. My first thought was that someone had found our campsite and was messing with us, but that made no sense this deep in the backcountry in January. I unzipped my tent and stuck my head out. The cold hit me immediately, but that wasn't what made me gasp. Thomas was already outside his tent, standing completely still. He was staring toward the trees about 50 yards away. Mark and Caleb were emerging from their tent too. "Do you guys feel that?" I whispered, but nobody answered. They were all looking where Thomas was looking. Between the trees, maybe 50 yards away, was the source of the light. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. A blue-white light, pulsing steadily, hovering about 3 feet off the ground. It was illuminating a perfect circle in the snow, maybe 20 feet in diameter, and the snow within that circle was melting, completely melting down to bare ground, despite the temperature being well below zero. The weirdest part was the silence. If you've ever been in a forest at night, you know it's never actually quiet. There's always something, wind in the trees, distant animal sounds, the creak of branches, but there was nothing, just that humming vibration coming up through the ground. "What the hell is that?" Mark finally said. His breath made thick clouds in the freezing air. "I'm going to take a picture," Thomas said, reaching for his camera. He always carried this expensive DSLR everywhere. He raised it to his eye, but then immediately dropped it, cursing, "It's dead. It was fully charged earlier." Caleb pulled out his phone to try, but it was dead too. So was mine when I checked. Mark's was the only one still working, but when he tried to take a photo, it shut down immediately. We stood there watching for what felt like forever. None of us wanted to approach it, but none of us could look away either. The light continued pulsing, the snow kept melting, and that humming vibration kept going right through us. "Maybe it's some kind of natural phenomenon," Caleb suggested, "like ball lightning or something." But we all knew that wasn't it. Ball lightning doesn't last 20 minutes and melt snow in a perfect circle. Thomas was the most fascinated. He kept taking small steps forward, like he was being pulled toward it. I remember grabbing his jacket to stop him. "Don't," I said. "We don't know what it is." That's when it changed. The pulsing suddenly sped up, getting faster and faster until it was almost a solid light. The humming grew louder, more intense. I could feel it in my teeth, in my skull, and then brightness. Blinding, impossible brightness. I had to cover my eyes. It couldn't have lasted more than a few seconds. When I could see again, the light was gone, just gone, like someone had flipped a switch. We all stood there in shock, staring at the spot where it had been. Nobody wanted to be the first to approach, but eventually Thomas took the lead. We followed cautiously, our headlamps creating bouncing beams through the trees. What we found still haunts me, a perfect circle of bare ground, about 20 feet across. The snow was completely gone, but the ground wasn't muddy or wet like it should have been. It was dry, and when I crouched to touch it, it was warm in the middle of a sub-zero January night. But that wasn't the most disturbing part. Several large pine trees that had been inside that circle were just gone. Not cut down, not burned, not uprooted, just gone with no stumps, no roots, nothing to show they'd ever been there. The ground was perfectly smooth. At the very center of the circle was our map. Our map. The topographic map we'd been using to navigate, which had definitely been in Thomas's pack when we made camp. But now it was laying open in the center of this impossible circle, and there were markings on it that none of us had made. Red symbols, geometric shapes and lines drawn in what looked like clay, the kind of red clay that doesn't exist in the Adirondacks. "We need to leave," Mark said. "Right now." For once, nobody argued. We practically ran back to our campsite and started packing up. Nobody wanted to stay there another minute. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely roll up my sleeping bag. That's when things got even weirder. All of our compasses were spinning wildly, pointing in different directions second by second. Thomas's GPS was showing coordinates that made no sense. It claimed we were in northern Canada, then the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, then Antarctica. As we were frantically packing, I got this sudden splitting headache, like someone had driven an ice pick through my temple. I dropped to my knees, and that's when I noticed the blood. My nose was bleeding, a lot. I looked up and saw the others were experiencing the same thing. All three of them with blood streaming from their noses, all clutching their heads. It passed after a few minutes, but none of us felt right. There was this pressure in my head, like my thoughts were being pushed aside to make room for something else. I can't explain it better than that. We abandoned any pretense of a careful hike out. We just wanted to get back to the car, back to civilization, back to somewhere that made sense. But the forest seemed different. Trees I didn't remember passing on the way in, clearings that shouldn't have been there. At one point, I swear we passed the same fallen log 3 times. The sun was rising, which should have helped, but it didn't. The light looked wrong somehow. Too yellow, too sharp, and there were no shadows where there should have been. It took us hours longer than it should have to find the trail back. We finally reached the parking lot around 3 in the afternoon. Our car was there, covered in a fresh dusting of snow, but something was off. "Guys," Caleb said slowly, looking at his phone, which had started working again once we reached the lot. "It's Sunday." We had lost an entire day, a whole day that none of us could account for. We'd left on Friday, camped Friday night, seen the light early Saturday morning, and then it was suddenly Sunday afternoon, 24 hours, gone. The drive back was silent. What could we even say? When we got back to town, Mark insisted we go to the hospital. Good call. They found elevated radiation readings on all our gear. Not dangerously high, but definitely abnormal. They couldn't explain it. Neither could we. We tried to talk about it in the weeks that followed to make sense of it. Thomas became obsessed, researching similar incidents, posting on forums. Mark refused to discuss it at all. Caleb and I fell somewhere in between, scared, confused, but trying to move on. 6 months later, Caleb went back alone. He told me he needed answers, that he'd been having dreams about that circle of light, that he could still feel that humming vibration sometimes. I begged him not to go, but he wouldn't listen. He never came back. The search and rescue team found one boot print leading into the woods from his car, just one, like he'd taken a single step and vanished. They never found another trace of him. Thomas, Mark, and I have barely spoken since. What is there to say? Sometimes I still wake up feeling that vibration. Sometimes my nose bleeds for no reason. And sometimes, when I look at maps of the Adirondacks, I swear I can see those red symbols overlaid on the paper, just for a split second. I don't know what happened to us that night. I don't know what took Caleb, but I know that whatever we saw, whatever found us in those woods, it changed something fundamental about the world, or maybe it changed something fundamental about us. I've never gone back to the Adirondacks. I never will. Some places, once they touch you, never let go completely. Story 13. I still can't sleep without the lights on. It's been 3 weeks since that night on Highway 101, and I'm jumping at every shadow, every sound. My friends keep telling me to see someone, talk to a professional, but what the hell would I even say? "Hey Doc, I think I'm being hunted by highway ghosts." Yeah, that would go over well. It was supposed to be a simple drive. Just me, heading back from my cousin's place in Northern California, taking the scenic route home. I'd left late, around 9 in the evening, but I wasn't worried. The drive was only about 3 hours, and I had a full tank of gas and plenty of coffee. The night was beautiful too. Perfect temperature with the windows down, stars everywhere in that clear summer sky. What struck me first was how empty the highway was. Highway 101 isn't exactly a back road, you know, but that night I hadn't seen another car for maybe 30 minutes. The stillness was wrong, like the world was holding its breath. I remember turning up the radio just to hear something besides the sound of my tires on the asphalt. I was about an hour into my drive when I first noticed the headlight in my rearview mirror. Just one light, which meant a motorcycle. It was coming up fast. Too fast, really. I moved over to the right lane to let them pass, figuring it was just some speed demon with a death wish. The bike shot past me like a bullet, all black with a rider dressed head to toe in black leather. Their helmet visor was down, completely hiding their face. I only caught a glimpse, but something about it made my skin crawl. The way they moved, it wasn't natural. Too smooth, too precise, like they were part of the motorcycle rather than riding it. I watched the red tail light zoom ahead, and then nothing. It just vanished. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. I figured they must have turned off on some side road I couldn't see, or maybe they'd just gotten so far ahead that I couldn't see their light anymore. I shook it off and kept driving. But the silence seemed heavier now, the darkness deeper. I cranked the radio volume, but the stations kept cutting in and out, filling the car with bursts of static. Great. Just what I needed. About 15 minutes later, I rounded a bend in the highway and my headlights caught something on the side of the road. My stomach dropped instantly. It was the motorcycle, lying on its side, front wheel still spinning slowly, no rider in sight. I'm not the kind of person who just drives past something like that. I pulled over, grabbed my phone and flashlight, and got out. The highway was dead silent. No cars, no wildlife, not even the sound of wind in the trees, just silence and that slowly spinning wheel. "Hello?" I called out. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" Nothing. I approached the bike cautiously. It was completely black. No license plate that I could see. Not even a brand name or model number. Just solid black metal. It wasn't damaged at all, which was weird. If the rider had crashed, you'd expect to see some scratches or dents, right? That's when I heard it, rustling from the bushes about 20 feet away. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, and the beam caught a figure staggering out from the tree line. It was the rider, but they were in rough shape. Their black leather jacket was torn in several places, and I could see what looked like blood seeping through the tears. They still had the helmet on, but the visor was up now, and I could see wide, terrified eyes. "Thank God," they gasped, limping toward me. The voice was male young. "We need to go. Right now. They're coming." "Who's coming?" I asked, moving toward him. "Are you hurt? I can call an ambulance." "No!" He grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "No phones, no calls. We need to go." His eyes kept darting back toward the woods. "They'll be here any second." "Who? What happened to you?" He opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, a sound came from the woods, a deep, rumbling growl that didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard. It was low and somehow wrong, like it was coming from something that shouldn't exist. The rider's eyes went wide with terror. "Too late," he whispered. "Run." I didn't need to be told twice. Something was crashing through the underbrush, coming right toward us. I couldn't see it, but I could hear branches snapping, leaves rustling, and that growl. It was getting louder. We sprinted to my car. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before managing to unlock the doors. We threw ourselves inside just as something burst from the tree line. I only caught a glimpse, a dark shape, larger than a man but moving on two legs. Its eyes reflected my headlights, glowing an unnatural blue-white. I stomped on the gas, tires squealing as we peeled away. In my rearview mirror, I saw several more shapes emerge from the trees, all with those same glowing eyes, all moving toward where we had just been. "What the hell was that?" I gasped, hands shaking on the steering wheel. The rider had pulled off his helmet, revealing a young face, maybe mid-20s, pale with shock. "The ghosts of the highway," he said, his voice trembling. "They take you if you linger too long." "Ghosts? What are you talking about?" He looked at me, his eyes hollow. "I was just riding, man, just cruising, enjoying the night. Then my bike, it just died. No warning. 1 second I'm doing 70, the next I'm coasting to a stop. I pulled over to check it out, and that's when I heard them." "Heard what?" "Voices, coming from the woods. They sounded like people needing help, calling out. So I went to look." He shuddered. "Big mistake." I was about to ask more when the radio suddenly blasted to life, making us both jump. It wasn't music or a DJ, just voices, dozens of overlapping voices, pleading, begging for help. "Please stop, help me, don't leave me here." I tried to turn it off, but the knob did nothing. The voices just got louder, more desperate, and then, cutting through all of them, a single voice said clearly, "We see you." The rider reached over and yanked the whole radio unit out of the dashboard, ripping wires and all. The voices stopped, but the damage was done. I was shaking so bad I could barely keep the car on the road. "What the fuck is happening?" I demanded. "They've latched onto us," he said, staring out the windshield. "They're following." "Look." I glanced in the rearview mirror and felt my blood freeze. Fog was rolling in behind us, thick, unnatural fog that seemed to be chasing our car. It was moving faster than fog should move, swallowing the road behind us, and the air, it felt heavy suddenly, like the pressure before a massive storm. It was getting harder to breathe. "There," the rider pointed ahead. "Turn there." A small exit was coming up, leading to what looked like a gas station. I didn't want to stop, but the fog was gaining on us and the engine was starting to sputter. "Trust me," the rider said. "There's safety in light and people." I took the exit and we pulled into the gas station. It was lit up like a Christmas tree, harsh fluorescent lights everywhere, but there were no other cars, just a small convenience store with a bored-looking clerk inside. We ran for the door, not looking back. I could feel something behind us, something closing in. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in seconds and my breath was coming out as steam. We burst into the store, startling the clerk. "Hey, what's the—" he started to say, but his words died as he looked past us, out the window. I turned to see the fog had completely surrounded the gas station. The lights in the parking lot were dimming, flickering, and in the fog, shapes, moving, shifting, watching. "Lock the door," the rider said urgently to the clerk. The young guy didn't argue. He ran over and flipped the deadbolt. "What the hell is going on?" the clerk asked, his voice shaking. Before either of us could answer, the door began to rattle. Not like someone was knocking, like something was throwing itself against it repeatedly. The windows vibrated with each impact. The lights in the store began to flicker. "They can't come in unless invited," the rider said, backing away from the door. "But they'll try to trick us." As if on cue, voices started to come from outside, not the desperate pleas from the radio. These were familiar voices. For me, it was my mother calling my name, asking why I wouldn't let her in. For the rider, it was someone named Sarah. I could tell by the way his face went white when her voice called out to him. The clerk was hearing something too. His eyes were wide with terror as he stared at the door. That's my dad," he whispered. "But my dad's been dead for 3 years." The rattling got more violent. The glass in the door began to crack, and now there were whispers all around us, coming from the walls, the ceiling, everywhere and nowhere. "They want our souls," the rider said, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. "They're the spirits of everyone who's ever died on this highway. Car crashes, hit and runs, suicides. They collect them all, and once they latch onto you, there's no escaping." The lights went out completely then, plunging us into darkness. I heard the clerk scream, then a sound like something heavy being dragged across the floor. "The back door," the rider hissed, grabbing my arm. "Now!" We fumbled through the darkness, guided only by the emergency exit sign's dim glow. I heard something moving behind us, something that breathed with a wet, raspy sound. We found the door and burst through it, out into an alley behind the store. The fog was there too, but thinner. Through it, I could see dense woods about 50 yards away. "We have to make it to the trees," the rider said, already running. "There's a clearing on the other side." Moonlight. They can't stand direct moonlight. I followed, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The fog swirled around our legs, trying to hold us back. Whispers followed us, growing louder, angrier. We hit the tree line and plunged into darkness. I couldn't see a thing, just followed the sound of the rider crashing through the underbrush ahead of me. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to trip me, and all around those voices, those terrible whispers. Then I realized I couldn't hear the rider anymore. I stopped, gasping for breath. "Hello?" I called out, my voice small and frightened. "Where are you?" Silence. Then, from all around me, "Join us." The woods were suddenly full of figures, shadowy, translucent, with those same glowing eyes. They were everywhere, blocking any path I might take. Some looked almost normal, just people standing there. Others were wrong, twisted, parts missing or hanging at impossible angles. "Join us," they repeated, in perfect unison. "Stay with us forever." I saw an opening between two of them and ran for it, blind with terror. I didn't know if I was going the right way. I just ran, and then suddenly I burst into moonlight, a clearing, bathed in silver light from the full moon overhead. I collapsed onto the grass, gasping, crying. Behind me at the edge of the trees they gathered, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, just watching with those glowing eyes. But they didn't enter the clearing. The rider was there, sitting on a fallen log. He looked up as I approached. "You made it," he said, sounding almost surprised. What happens now?" I asked, still struggling to breathe. "Now we wait for dawn," he said. "They'll retreat as the sun rises, but they won't forget us. They never forget." "What does that mean?" He looked at me with those hollow eyes. "It means they'll be waiting. Every dark highway, every lonely road. They'll be there, hoping we'll pass by again, hoping we'll stop." We sat in silence until morning. As the first rays of sun touched the clearing, the shadows at the edge of the woods faded away, retreating into nothing. The rider stood up. "I need to go." "Go where?" I asked. "What about your bike?" He smiled sadly. "That wasn't my bike, not anymore." He started walking toward the far side of the clearing. "Be careful out there. Stay in the light. And whatever you do, don't stop on Highway 101 after dark." I found my way back to the gas station as the sun was fully up. There was no sign of what had happened. No fog, no broken door. Even the clerk was there, acting like nothing had happened, with no memory of the night before. My car was still in the parking lot, untouched. The radio was back in place, working perfectly. I drove home in daylight, taking a different route, one that kept me far away from Highway 101. But sometimes at night, I hear whispers, and when I check my rearview mirror, I swear I can see fog gathering in the distance, following me, waiting for me to stop. Dan found. Story 14. Ivy never told anyone about this outside my family. I've been carrying this memory for nearly 15 years now, and it still makes my skin crawl every time I think about it. I was 11 when it happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. My grandparents owned this old farmhouse in rural Vermont. It was the kind of place that was charming during the day but felt completely isolated at night. No neighbors for miles, just woods and fields surrounding it. The house itself was pretty big, a 2-story colonial that had been in the family for generations. But despite its size, whenever the whole family got together, sleeping arrangements always got complicated. That summer, my parents, my little brother Ethan, who was 7 at the time, and I were visiting along with my aunt's family. My cousin Lily was 12, just a year older than me, and we usually got along pretty well. Since all the proper bedrooms were taken by the adults, us kids got stuck in what my grandparents called the storage room. It was this cluttered back room on the first floor that was really just a glorified junk room they'd put beds in when they needed extra space. The room had this weird layout, a queen-sized metal frame bed where Lily and I were supposed to sleep, and a twin bed pushed into the corner where they put Ethan. Between the beds was this small, beat-up nightstand with a lamp that had a loose connection and flickered if you bumped it. But the worst part of that room was the walk-in closet. It was stuffed with old boxes, forgotten furniture, and who knows what else accumulated over decades. The door never closed properly, always left open a crack. Something about the way the moonlight would sometimes shine through the window and hit those stacked boxes in the closet made them look like a tall figure wearing a top hat, standing perfectly still in the corner. I hated that closet. Every time I looked at it, I got this crawling sensation up my spine. That night, God, I wish I could forget that night, was exceptionally dark. It was late July, but unusually cloudy, with no moon visible. The adults had stayed up late playing cards and drinking, their laughter occasionally echoing through the thin walls. We'd been sent to bed around 9, and my grandma had tucked us in with her usual sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite line that always made my skin itch. Lily fell asleep almost immediately, Ethan too, but I just couldn't. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the old house settling. The only light in the room came from the small nightlight by the bathroom door, casting faint shadows across the walls. I must have been awake for at least an hour, maybe two. I was just starting to drift off when I heard it, a loud crash from the closet, like something heavy had fallen. I shot up in bed, heart racing. I squinted toward the closet, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. And that's when I saw them, two red eyes, beady and glowing, staring at me from the back of the closet. I'm not talking about the reflection of something or a trick of light. These were actual glowing red eyes, floating about 4 feet off the ground, fixed directly on me. I couldn't see a body, just those eyes, watching me with a kind of focused intelligence that paralyzed me with fear. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just sat there, locked in a staring contest with whatever was in that closet. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to move. I dove under the blanket, pulling it over my head like I used to do when I was little, as if a thin piece of fabric could protect me from whatever was in there. That's when the bed started shaking, not like someone bumping it or even like an earthquake. The entire metal frame began violently rattling, the whole bed lurching back and forth. The headboard slammed against the wall repeatedly, making this horrible metallic screech with each impact. The mattress beneath me felt like it was being lifted and dropped over and over. Lily woke up instantly. At first, she was annoyed, thinking I was jumping on the bed or something. "James, stop it," she hissed, still half asleep. But when she realized I was frozen in place next to her, clutching the blankets to my chest, her irritation turned to confusion, then to horror. The bed continued to shake violently, the metal frame groaning under some invisible pressure. Lily screamed, not a little yelp, but a full-throated primal scream of pure terror. I'd never heard anyone make a sound like that before, and I hope I never do again. Her scream broke whatever spell had been holding me, and I started screaming too. Ethan woke up confused and disoriented, saw us freaking out and the bed shaking, and joined in the screaming. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds before the adults came rushing in. My dad hit the light switch, flooding the room with harsh yellow light, and just like that, the shaking stopped. The room fell completely silent except for our panicked breathing. "What the hell is going on in here?" my dad demanded, looking around the room wildly, like he expected to find an intruder. Lily and I both tried to explain at the same time, our words tumbling over each other about the eyes and the bed moving by itself. My mom came in behind my dad, looking concerned but skeptical. My aunt was comforting Ethan, who was crying now. It was shaking. The whole bed was shaking. I insisted, tears streaming down my face. My dad checked under the bed, then walked over to the closet and threw the door wide open, revealing nothing but the usual pile of boxes and old junk. No glowing eyes, no sign that anything had been disturbed. The adults exchanged those looks that kids recognize instantly. The "they're making it up" look mixed with the "they probably had a nightmare" look. "You kids were probably bouncing on the bed and it hit the wall," my uncle said, yawning. "These old bed frames make a racket if you jump on them." "But we weren't jumping," Lily protested. "We were asleep, and then the bed started moving by itself." No one believed us. They thought we were either playing around or that one of us had a nightmare and scared the others. After some discussion, they decided to separate us, thinking maybe we were feeding off each other's imaginations. "James, you take the twin bed," my mom said firmly. "Ethan, you can come sleep with us. Lily, you stay here in the big bed." Lily looked horrified at being left alone in the bed that had just been shaking uncontrollably, but her mom gave her a stern look that shut down any protest. My brother was escorted to my parents' room, and I reluctantly moved to the twin bed in the corner, the one closest to that closet. My mom tucked me in with a quick kiss on the forehead and a whispered, "Try to get some sleep, honey. It was just your imagination." Then they all left, turning off the overhead light but leaving the bathroom night light on. I could hear Lily's quiet sniffling from across the room. "Lily," I whispered, "are you awake?" "Yeah," she whispered back, her voice shaky. "Did you see the eyes?" A pause. "No, but the bed was definitely moving." We fell silent as we heard footsteps in the hallway, an adult checking to make sure we were settling down. After they passed, Lily spoke again, so quietly I could barely hear her. "I'm scared, James." "Me too," I admitted. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear, and I must have fallen asleep, but not for long. I woke up suddenly, completely alert. I didn't know what time it was, but the house was silent, that deep, heavy silence that only happens in the middle of the night. I was lying on my back, and I immediately realized something was wrong. I couldn't move. It wasn't like being tired or groggy. This was different. I was completely paralyzed, like my entire body had been turned to stone. I couldn't lift my arms, couldn't turn my head, couldn't even wiggle my toes. The only things I could move were my eyes, and then I felt it, the sensation of something small and light running across my legs, then another across my stomach, and another. It felt like dozens of tiny feet scurrying over my body on top of the blanket. Mice. That was my first thought. Somehow mice had gotten into the room and were running all over the bed. But as the pressure of those tiny footsteps continued, moving up toward my chest, I realized they felt too deliberate, too coordinated to be mice. I strained my eyes, looking down the length of my body without being able to move my head. Through the thin blanket, I could see small shapes moving around on top of me. They were about the size of rats, but their movements were all wrong, too purposeful, too synchronized. In the dim glow of the nightlight, I could make out what looked like dozens of small creatures scurrying over the blanket. And then I saw one of them stop at my chest. It turned what I assumed was its head toward my face, and I saw them again, those same beady red eyes from the closet, now just inches from my face. The thing stared at me with what felt like malicious intelligence. Then it started moving toward my face. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw the blanket off and run. I wanted to do anything but lie there helplessly as this thing crawled toward me. But I couldn't move a single muscle. All I could do was close my eyes. So I did. I squeezed them shut as tightly as I could, silently begging for whatever this was to just go away, for morning to come, for someone to check on me. I kept them closed, too terrified to open them again, certain that if I did, I'd see those red eyes right in front of mine. I don't know how long I lay there, eyes clenched shut, heart pounding so hard I thought it might break through my paralyzed body. It could have been minutes or hours. When I finally found the courage to open my eyes again, sunlight was streaming through the window. The paralysis was gone. I could move again. I sat up so fast I made myself dizzy, throwing the blankets off and checking every inch of the bed for any sign of those creatures. There was nothing, no scratches, no droppings, no evidence at all that anything had been there. Lily was still asleep in the big bed, snoring softly. The closet door was exactly as it had been left, partially open. Everything looked normal, ordinary, like nothing had happened, but I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. We left my grandparents' house that afternoon. I didn't say anything more about what had happened. No one would have believed me anyway. But for the rest of the summer, I had nightmares about those red eyes and tiny feet running across my body. Years later, when I was in college, I finally got up the courage to mention that night to my mom. We were having one of those rare, honest conversations that sometimes happen between parents and their adult children, talking about childhood memories. Almost casually, I brought up that night at Grandma's house and the weird things that happened in the storage room. The look on her face stopped me cold. She went pale, and for a moment she just stared at me. "You saw them too, didn't you?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. She nodded slowly. "When I was about your age, the red eyes, the bed shaking, the feeling of being held down while things crawled all over me. I felt sick. And you still made us sleep in that room, knowing what was in there?" She looked away, guilt written all over her face. "I thought it was just a nightmare I had as a kid. I convinced myself it wasn't real, and by the time you kids were screaming that night, it was too late. I don't know what was in that room at my grandparents' house. I don't know if it was some kind of paranormal entity, a shared hallucination, or something else entirely. What I do know is that my grandparents sold that house 3 years ago, and I've never been so relieved about anything in my life. Sometimes, though, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still feel the phantom sensation of tiny feet running across my body. And in my darkest moments, I wonder if whatever was in that closet is still there, watching new children with its beady red eyes, waiting for the lights to go out. Story 15. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last Thursday night. I haven't slept properly since then. Every time I close my eyes, I see those faces, that facility, those subjects. I need to write this down somewhere because I'm starting to question if it was even real. But I know it was. It happened, and I think they're still looking for me. I drive a lot for work, pharmaceutical sales rep covering the Mid-Atlantic region. I've put almost 80,000 miles on my car in just 2 years. I know the highways and most back roads like the back of my hand. My co-workers always joke that I should have been a trucker instead of a sales rep because I pride myself on my navigation skills. I rarely get lost. That's why what happened that night was so unusual from the start. I was heading back home to Pittsburgh after a long day of client meetings in Philadelphia. It was late, around 1:30 in the morning, but I wanted to get home instead of spending money on another hotel room. I'd made this drive dozens of times before. Usually, I'd take the Pennsylvania Turnpike straight across the state, but there had been reports of major construction, so I decided to take Route 22 for part of the journey. Big mistake. About an hour into the drive, I came across those orange construction signs redirecting traffic. There was a detour that took me off the main highway and onto some county roads. No big deal, I thought. The signs were clear enough at first, and my GPS recalculated. But then things started getting weird. The detour signs led me deeper into rural Pennsylvania. Houses became fewer and farther between. My GPS signal started getting spotty, then it froze completely. I tried restarting my phone, but nothing helped. No cell service either, not even one bar. Still, I wasn't too worried. The detour signs were still guiding me, and I figured I'd eventually connect back to a main road. But then the detour signs disappeared, just stopped. I found myself on some unmarked back road with no idea which direction would take me back to civilization. I checked my watch. It was exactly 2:17 in the morning. I remember because the glowing numbers seemed to mock me as I realized how completely lost I was. I came to a crossroads with no signs whatsoever. 4 identical-looking roads stretching into darkness. I pulled over and tried to check my paper map. Yes, I still keep one in my glove compartment, thankfully. Using my flashlight to figure out where I might be, that's when my radio suddenly crackled to life. I hadn't even been listening to it. It was off, but it turned on by itself, tuning to what sounded like a CB radio frequency. Through the static, I heard men's voices. Subject approaching checkpoint Alpha. White Ford Fusion, Pennsylvania plates. My blood ran cold. I was driving a white Ford Fusion with Pennsylvania plates. Another voice responded. Copy that. Is he alone? Affirmative. Single male occupant. Appears to be mid-30s. Good physical condition. Perfect. Redirect to Sector 7. I sat there frozen, unable to believe what I was hearing. They were talking about me. They knew my car. They knew where I was, and something about the clinical way they discussed me as a subject made my skin crawl. Then I heard, this one's perfect for renewal, blood type already confirmed through database. Proceed with acquisition. That snapped me out of my paralysis. I started my car and took the right fork at the crossroads, simply because it seemed the darkest, and maybe I could disappear into it. I turned off my headlights and drove using just my parking lights, hoping to be less visible. Within minutes, I saw headlights in my rear-view mirror. A pickup truck was gaining on me fast. I floored it, my tires slipping on the loose gravel. The road twisted through dense woods, and I was driving way too fast for conditions I couldn't see properly. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. The truck stayed with me, sometimes dropping back a bit on the curves, but always reappearing. Then I saw lights ahead, a roadblock. Two more pickup trucks were parked across the road with their high beams on. Men were standing outside the vehicles, and I swear I saw the glint of something metallic in their hands. At the last second, I spotted a narrow dirt path branching off to the left. I cranked the wheel hard, my car fishtailing as I barely made the turn. Branches scraped against my windows as I forced my car down what was barely more than a hiking trail. The suspension bottomed out repeatedly as I hit rocks and potholes, but I kept going. The path opened into a clearing where an old building stood, some kind of ranger station or forest service outpost. It looked abandoned, with boarded windows and faded paint, but it was the only structure I'd seen in miles, and I was desperate. I killed the engine, grabbed my phone and flashlight, and ran for the building. The front door was locked, but a side window had been partially broken. I cleared away enough glass to squeeze through, cutting my arm in the process. Inside it was pitch black and smelled of mold and something else, something chemical and antiseptic that seemed out of place. Using my flashlight sparingly to avoid being seen from outside, I made my way through what looked like an ordinary ranger station. Desk, filing cabinets, maps on the walls, but something felt off. The dust wasn't as thick as it should be in a truly abandoned building. Some of the equipment looked too modern. On the desk was a logbook. When I flipped it open, my blood turned to ice. There, on the most recent page, was my name, Michael Benson. Next to it was my car's description, license plate number, and the time, 2:30 estimated arrival. It was now 2:25 according to my watch. They knew I was coming. The detour wasn't an accident. It was designed to bring me here. I heard vehicles approaching outside and killed my flashlight. Through a crack in the boarded window, I saw the pickup that had been chasing me pull up, followed by two more vehicles. Men in dark uniforms got out, carrying what were definitely rifles. "He's inside," one said. "Heat sensors confirm." Heat sensors? What the hell kind of operation was this? I had to find somewhere to hide or a way out. At the back of the room, I noticed the floor didn't look right. Pushing aside a threadbare rug revealed a trap door. Without thinking twice, I pulled it open and descended the ladder beneath, pulling the door closed above me. I found myself in a corridor that looked nothing like the decrepit building above. Clean white walls, fluorescent lighting, air that smelled of disinfectant. It looked like a hospital or laboratory. I could hear footsteps and voices above me, so I started moving down the corridor, looking for an exit. The corridor led to a larger space that nearly made me vomit when I saw what it contained. It was a medical facility of some kind, with operating tables, sophisticated equipment, and, God help me, people in what looked like induced comas on hospital beds along the walls. At least 8 of them, all hooked up to monitoring equipment and IVs. A clipboard hanging from one bed caught my eye. I crept over and read, Subject 34, harvesting scheduled for 4 a.m. There was a photo attached, a man about my age who had been driving through this area 3 days earlier, according to the notes. His usable organs were listed with check marks beside each one. They were harvesting organs from people they'd lured here using fake detours. I heard a door open behind me and ducked behind a large piece of equipment. A man in surgical scrubs walked in, followed by another in what looked like an expensive suit. "This one's kidneys are perfect matches for Senator Morrison," the suited man said. "The liver will go to the tech CEO in California. The heart is spoken for by our Saudi client." "And the identity package?" the scrubbed man asked. "Complete. New driver will assume his life within 72 hours. Family already neutralized." I must have made a noise because both men suddenly turned in my direction. I ran, no longer caring about being quiet. I burst through a door at the far end of the room into another corridor with multiple branching pathways. Behind me, alarms began to sound. An announcement came over speakers. "Security breach in Sector 7. All personnel initiate containment protocol." I took random turns, trying to find a way out, but this underground facility was a maze. I pushed through another door and found myself in what looked like a control room. Multiple screens showed different parts of the facility and the roads leading to it. On one screen, I could see my own car where I'd left it. Several people in the room turned to stare at me in shock. I backed away, but the door behind me opened and I felt strong hands grab my arms. A distinguished-looking older man stepped forward from the group. He wore a lab coat with a name tag that read, Dr. Whitman, Director. Mr. Benson, he said calmly, as if greeting me for a business meeting, you weren't supposed to see all this. The protocol is designed to be seamless. You should have simply gone to sleep in your vehicle after breathing in the gas we pump through the vents. What is this place? I demanded, struggling against the hands holding me. What are you doing to those people? We call it renewal, Dr. Whitman said, smiling slightly. Some of our clients need organs, others need new identities. We provide both. The subjects we select, like you, are carefully chosen based on health, lack of close connections, and ease of identity transfer. You're killing people and stealing their identities, I said. We're giving new life, he corrected. Your organs will save the lives of important people who contribute far more to society than a traveling salesman with no family, and your identity will give someone else a fresh start. It's a kind of immortality, if you think about it. They started dragging me back toward the medical area. Dr. Whitman walked alongside. The next detour is your last, Mr. Benson, he said softly. But for someone else, it's just the beginning of a brand new journey. I was fighting, kicking, screaming, but they were too strong. They got me to one of those tables and strapped down my arms. Someone was preparing a syringe. Then the lights flickered. An explosion somewhere distant rocked the facility. Alarms changed their tone. Perimeter breach in Sector 3, a voice announced. Unknown hostiles. The men holding me looked at each other in confusion. Dr. Whitman was speaking urgently into a radio. In the moment of distraction, I managed to free one hand and grab a metal tray from nearby. Swinging it into the head of the man with the syringe, chaos erupted. More explosions. Gunfire. I broke free and ran, not knowing where I was going, but desperate to get away. Somehow, I found a service tunnel with a ladder leading up. I climbed it as fast as I could, emerging through a hatch into the woods about 100 yards from the ranger station. The compound was under attack. Men in black tactical gear were exchanging gunfire with the people who had captured me. I didn't know who they were. Rival organ harvesters? Government agents? I didn't care. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned, stumbling through the dark woods. Eventually, I found a road and followed it until dawn, when a trucker picked me up. I told him I'd had car trouble and he gave me a ride to the nearest town. I went straight to the police, but they didn't believe me. How could they? I had no evidence, couldn't even find the place again on a map, and my story sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. When they checked, there was no record of any construction or detours on the routes I'd taken. I'm writing this from a motel room 3 states away. I abandoned my car, my apartment, everything. I've been using cash only. I don't know who those people were, or who attacked them, or if either group is looking for me now. But I know what I saw, and I know that somewhere out there, construction workers are setting up new detour signs, leading some other poor soul down a dark road to have their life stolen from them. So if you're driving late at night and come across an unexpected detour, turn around. No matter how far you have to go back, just turn around. Story 16. I still find it hard to talk about what happened that night in Pinewood, even though it's been 3 months now. I grew up in this small township my whole life. And like most kids around here, I spent a lot of time in the woods. But unlike most people, I never outgrew it. While other teens were hanging out at the mall in the next town over or playing video games, I preferred my spot in the forest. It's this perfect little clearing on top of a small hill that overlooks some corn and soybean fields in the distance. You can see for miles up there. During summer, I'd go there to watch the sunset, and in fall, the changing leaves make everything look like it's on fire when the sun hits them just right. There's this small fire pit there that someone made years ago. Nothing fancy, just some rocks arranged in a circle. But it shows I'm not the only one who thinks it's special. I'm 17, and that clearing has been my escape since I was 13. Whenever things got too loud at home, or I just needed space to think, that's where I'd go. My parents split up when I was 14, and I live with my mom in this small apartment complex on the edge of town. She works late shifts at the hospital in the next county, so I'm alone most evenings anyway. That night, it was a Friday in October, I remember because it was unseasonably warm, almost like summer decided to make one last appearance before winter took over. Mom was working overnight, and I was feeling restless in our apartment. Around 10 o'clock, I decided to head to my spot. I know it sounds weird to go into the woods that late, but I've done it dozens of times. I know those trails like the back of my hand. I didn't take a flashlight with me, I never do. The moonlight is usually enough, and I like how the darkness makes everything feel more, real, I guess. Plus, your eyes adjust pretty quickly. The walk from our apartment to the woods is about 15 minutes, mostly along this gravel access road that nobody really uses anymore except for the occasional farmer. On the way, there's this old farmhouse that's been abandoned for as long as I can remember. The place has always given me the creeps, with its broken windows and sagging porch, but I've never seen anyone there. It's just part of the landscape now, something you notice but don't really think about. But that night, something was different. As I was passing by the farmhouse, this smell hit me, like farm animals, like cows or pigs or something. It was super strong, like walking past a barn on a hot day. The weird thing is, there weren't any animals there. There haven't been for years. I even stopped and looked around, thinking maybe someone had moved in and started farming again. But the place was dark and silent as always. The smell disappeared as quickly as it came, and I kept walking. When I finally reached my clearing, I noticed something strange right away. The fire pit had embers in it. Not a full fire, but definitely warm coals glowing orange in the darkness. Someone had been there recently. There was even a small stack of firewood next to it, like whoever had been there was planning to come back. I should have been freaked out, I guess, but I wasn't. Like I said, I know other people use that spot sometimes. I figured whoever it was had left not too long ago and would probably be back the next day, so I did what any dumb teenager would do. I added some of the wood to the embers and got the fire going again. It felt nice sitting there with the small fire crackling. The night was clear and you could see every star in the sky. I laid back on this flat rock I always use as my seat and just watched the stars for what must have been a couple hours. I wasn't really thinking about anything important. Just school stuff, wondering if I should ask this girl in my chemistry class to the Halloween dance, normal teenage stuff. By midnight, I'd gone through all the wood that had been left. I thought about gathering more, but it was getting late, and I didn't want to stumble around in the dark forest looking for branches. So I let the fire die down naturally, watching as the flames got smaller and smaller, until there were just those glowing embers again. That's when everything changed. The woods got completely silent. Usually there's at least some noise. Crickets, the rustling of leaves, distant cars on the highway. But suddenly there was nothing. It was like someone had hit mute on the whole world. The hair on my arms stood up and I felt cold despite the warm night. Then I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel road that leads up to the clearing. Slow, deliberate steps, like someone walking at a steady pace. Crunch, crunch, crunch on the gravel. It wasn't an animal. The steps were too regular, too purposeful, definitely human. I couldn't see anyone in the darkness. The fire was almost out now, just a faint orange glow that didn't cast any light. The moon had gone behind some clouds, so the trail leading up to my spot was pitch black. But the footsteps kept coming, getting closer. I don't know why, but instead of calling out or hiding, I stood up. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe I just wasn't thinking straight. I started walking toward the sound, following the trail back toward town. I figured I'd run into whoever it was pretty quickly. The trail isn't that long. The footsteps were about 30 yards ahead of me, I guessed. I kept walking, expecting to catch up to the person at any moment, but then something happened that I still can't explain. The footsteps just stopped. Not like someone had reached their destination and stopped walking. Not like they'd stepped off the path into the grass or leaves where I wouldn't hear them anymore. They just ceased to exist mid-step. I froze, straining to hear anything. Maybe they were holding still, listening for me too. But there was nothing. Just that unnatural silence that had fallen over the woods. I kept walking slowly, my eyes darting everywhere, trying to pierce the darkness. I expected at any moment to bump into someone, but there was nobody there. I passed the spot where I thought the sound had been coming from, and still nothing. I continued down the trail, now walking faster, wanting to get back to the safety of streetlights and houses. As I approached the abandoned farmhouse again, that same animal smell hit me, even stronger this time. It was so intense I actually gagged. It smelled like wet fur and manure, and something else I couldn't identify, something rotten. I hurried past the farmhouse, not looking at it, not wanting to see if there were lights on or shadows moving behind those broken windows. About 50 yards past it, I stopped. Something made me turn around and look back toward the woods. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, waiting, listening. I kept expecting to see someone emerge from the darkness, following the same path I had just taken. But no one came. There was just the empty road, the abandoned farm, and the dark line of trees where the forest began. And that silence, that impossible complete silence that seemed to swallow everything. I practically ran the rest of the way home. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was behind me, but the road remained empty. When I finally got back to our apartment, I locked the door and stayed up all night with all the lights on. Here's the thing that really freaks me out. I've gone back to that spot many times since then, in daylight, with friends. I've checked the abandoned farmhouse too, from a distance. I'm not stupid enough to go inside. There are no animals there, no signs that anyone has lived in that house for decades. The fire pit in my clearing shows no evidence of recent use other than my own visits. I've walked that gravel path dozens of times, trying to figure out if there's some way someone could have stepped off it without making noise. There isn't. On either side, there's underbrush that would make all kinds of noise if someone pushed through it. There's nowhere they could have gone. Sometimes I think I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember that animal smell, so strong and so out of place, and those footsteps that just stopped mid-stride. And I know that whatever was walking on that path that night wasn't normal. It wasn't human. I still go to the woods sometimes, but never after dark, never alone. And I always find myself watching that abandoned farmhouse as I pass by, half expecting to catch a glimpse of someone or something watching me from those empty windows. I don't know what I encountered that night, but whatever it was, it's still out there, and sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can still smell that farm animal smell, even from my bedroom window. Story 17. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. It's been over 28 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. This happened back in 1995 when I was 13, living in Commerce City, Colorado. My little sister was turning 9 and we were having this small birthday party at our house. Just some family, a few neighborhood kids, nothing fancy. I was at that age where I thought I was too cool for kiddie birthday parties, you know? I remember slouching in the corner of our living room, bored out of my mind while a bunch of 9-year-olds played pin the tail on the donkey. Our house was this small ranch-style place, not tiny, but definitely cramped with all those kids running around. The walls were this faded yellow color my mum thought looked sunny, and the carpet was this awful brown shag thing that had been there since the 70s. It was late afternoon, maybe around 4 o'clock. The actual party stuff was winding down. Cake had been eaten, presents opened. My sister and her friends were playing with her new toys in her bedroom. It was that weird lull where the party wasn't officially over, but the structured activities were done. I was flipping through a magazine when my mum called me over. She was sitting at the dining room table with a couple of my sister's friends and my cousin Jake, who was about my age. She had this mischievous look on her face. "Want to try something fun?" she asked in that tone adults use when they're trying to seem mysterious to kids. I rolled my eyes but went over anyway. She had cleared the table and was putting down sheets of notebook paper. just regular lined paper from my school binder. She arranged them in a rough circle, then wrote letters of the alphabet around the edges with a Sharpie. She added yes and no at the top and bottom. "What are you doing?" I asked, already kind of knowing. I'd seen movies. "We're going to have a little séance," she said, grinning. Mom was always into that kind of stuff, not seriously, but she'd read horoscopes and owned a set of tarot cards she'd break out at parties sometimes. I thought it was stupid, but also kind of thrilling in that way forbidden things are when you're a kid. Mom grabbed a shot glass from the kitchen cabinet and placed it upside down in the middle of our makeshift board. "This is our planchette," she explained to the younger kids, who were now gathering around, drawn by the promise of something spooky. "We all put our fingers on it, and if there are any spirits around, they can move it to answer our questions." I remember feeling both embarrassed and excited. Part of me wanted to act too mature for this, but another part, the part that still slept with my door cracked open, was genuinely curious. Mom dimmed the lights in the dining room and lit a small candle in the center of the table. It was this stubby white emergency candle we kept in the junk drawer for power outages. The flame cast these weird dancing shadows across our homemade Ouija board. There were 6 of us around the table. Me, my mom, Jake, my sister, and 2 of her friends. My dad was in the kitchen cleaning up, completely uninterested in our nonsense, as he called it. "Everyone put one finger lightly on the glass," Mom instructed. "Don't push it, just let it move on its own." I felt ridiculous, but I did it anyway. The shot glass felt cool under my fingertip. We sat there in silence for maybe 30 seconds. "Is there anyone here who would like to speak with us?" Mom asked in this theatrical voice that made me cringe. Nothing happened at first. I was just about to make some sarcastic comment when the glass started to move. It slid slowly toward yes. I immediately looked at Jake, assuming he was pushing it. He raised his eyebrows at me like, "It's not me, dude." I looked at my mom, but she seemed genuinely surprised. "What's your name?" Mom asked. The glass started moving again, sliding to different letters. Elvis. We all burst out laughing. "Elvis Presley?" Jake asked, snickering. The glass slid to yes. "No way," I said, unable to help myself. "Prove it." The glass spelled out Notyurmonkey. Mom laughed. "I don't think that's really Elvis," she said. "If there's someone real here who wants to talk to us, please move the glass." The shot glass suddenly slid forcefully to no, then back to the center. After a pause, it began moving again, spelling out a new name, Brianlong. "Hello, Brian," Mom said. "Can you tell us something about yourself?" The glass moved rapidly now, spelling out that he used to be a student at Adams City High School. That gave me a chill because that's where I would have gone if we hadn't moved to a different neighborhood 2 years earlier. He said he had drowned while on vacation somewhere on the West Coast about 10 years ago. "I'm sorry that happened to you, Brian," Mom said, and I remember thinking how weird it was that she was talking to this, whatever it was, like it was just some guy. The glass spelled out HAPPYBIRTHDAYTOSIS. My sister giggled nervously. "Thank you," she whispered. The glass moved again, WATCHCANDLE. We all turned to look at the small candle burning in the center of the table. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then slowly the flame started to dim. It got smaller and smaller until it was barely there, just a tiny blue flicker. Then, just as it seemed about to go out completely, it suddenly flared up again, bright and strong. I felt my skin go cold. The candle was at least 2 feet away from any of us. My mom couldn't have blown on it without me noticing. I was sitting right next to her. The other kids were too far away, and there weren't any windows open or fans running. It was completely still in that room. When we turned back to the board, the glass moved again. HAPPYBIRTHDAY. My sister's friends started freaking out a little. One of them took her finger off the glass, saying she didn't want to play anymore, but I was completely fascinated. How did you do that with the candle, Brian? I asked. Energy, the glass spelled out. Then ILIKEYOUGUYS. That should have been the end of it, just a weird thing that happened at a birthday party. But it wasn't. Over the next few weeks, we started having regular sessions with Brian. Sometimes it was just me and Mom. Sometimes Jake would come over. We moved up from notebook paper to a proper board my mom bought at a toy store. Brian became almost like a friend. As weird as that sounds, he'd tell jokes, answer questions about what it was like on the other side, though he was always vague about that. And sometimes he'd do little tricks like making lights flicker or moving small objects. My dad thought we were all nuts. He refused to participate and would leave the room whenever we got the board out. "You're either lying to yourselves or messing with something you shouldn't," he'd say. Maybe he was right. After a few months, I started doing sessions on my own. Mom said I shouldn't, that it was safer with more people, but I didn't listen. I'd wait until everyone was asleep, then sit cross-legged on my bedroom floor with the board and a flashlight. I'd call for Brian, and he'd always come. We'd talk for hours sometimes. He told me about his life, about how he'd been on a family trip to California when he got caught in a riptide, about how he missed eating ice cream and riding bikes. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've spent years trying to rationalize it. Maybe I was moving the planchette myself without realizing it, some kind of subconscious thing. Maybe it was all an elaborate prank by my mom, though I don't see how she could have rigged the candle trick. Maybe I was just a suggestible kid who wanted to believe. But there's one more thing that happened that I can't explain away. It was about 6 months after my sister's birthday. I was doing a solo session, sitting on my bedroom floor around midnight. I called for Brian as usual, but the planchette didn't move to yes like it normally did. Instead, it spelled out NOTBRIAN. "Who is this?" I asked, feeling uneasy for the first time since we'd started these sessions. GUARDIAN, it spelled. "Where's Brian?" I demanded, suddenly afraid something had happened to my ghost friend. The planchette moved slowly. HEMOVEDON, then HEAVEN. I felt this weird sense of loss. "He's gone? Forever?" "Yes," came the reply. "But why? What happened?" HEFINISHEDWHATHENEEDED, then YOUHELPED. I didn't know what to say. I just sat there in the dark, feeling like I'd lost a real friend. The planchette moved one more time. GOODBYEJASON. After that night, I put the board away. I never used it again. I told my mum that Brian was gone, and she seemed to understand without me having to explain. We never talked about it much after that. I'm 36 now, with kids of my own. I've never told them about Brian. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing was just an elaborate childhood fantasy. But then I remember that candle flame dimming and flaring back up, and I know something happened that I still can't explain. I've researched Adams City High School records from the 80s. There was a Brian Long who attended there and died in a drowning accident in '85. I found his obituary in the library archives. I never knew about him before that seance. How could I have? Sometimes when I'm alone at night and the house is quiet, I think about getting out a piece of paper and a shot glass, just to see if anyone's still there. I never do it though. Some doors once opened are better left closed, but I still wonder about Brian. I hope, wherever he is, that he found peace. And sometimes, when a candle flickers for no reason, I smile and think maybe he's just saying hello. Story 18. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me is still hoping I'll wake up and realize it was just some twisted nightmare. But I need to get this out there. Maybe someone has answers. Maybe someone's seen what we saw. It was February 2016. Me, Jason, Eliza, Derek, Marissa, and Trevor had been planning this canoe trip down Devil's River for almost a year. We were all experienced. I'd done the Boundary Waters 3 times. Eliza and Marissa were basically raised in canoes. Derek was an Eagle Scout, and Trevor Trevor could survive anywhere. We weren't amateurs. That's what makes this so much harder to explain. Our plan was simple. Put in at Baker's Crossing, paddle 25 miles through some of the most beautiful and isolated country in Texas, and take out at Dolan Falls Preserve 3 days later. The first day went exactly as planned. The weather was perfect, cool but not cold, around 55 degrees with clear skies. The river was flowing nicely after some rain the previous week. We made good time, stopped for lunch on this amazing limestone shelf, and set up our first camp on a sandbar. That night, we sat around the fire, had a few beers, and talked about how lucky we were to be experiencing this place. The stars were unbelievable, no light pollution for miles. The second day is when everything changed. We packed up early, got on the water by 7:30, and made excellent progress. Around noon, we pulled over near this old ranch property to stretch our legs. That's when we met him, a guy who introduced himself as Henry Blackwell. He was probably in his 60s, weathered face, wearing these old-fashioned work clothes and a cowboy hat that had seen better days. He was leading a horse along the riverbank. "You folks planning to camp downstream?" he asked us. We told him we were heading toward Dolan Falls, and he got this strange look on his face. He told us there had been unusual activity down that way recently. When Marissa asked what he meant, he just stared at the water for a minute. "Things that ain't supposed to be here," he finally said. "I'd turn back if I were you." Trevor laughed it off, said we'd be fine, but the old man just shook his head and walked away, leading his horse up a trail into the brush. Looking back, I wish to God we'd listened to him. We continued downstream, but the encounter had cast this weird shadow over our trip. Derek kept making jokes about unusual activity to lighten the mood, but nobody was really laughing. By late afternoon, we found this perfect spot to camp, a small flat area in a box canyon with easy access to the river. The walls weren't too high, maybe 30 feet, with some interesting rock formations on the ridges above. We set up our 5 tents in a loose semicircle facing the fire pit we'd built. Trevor and I went to gather firewood, while the others filtered water and started prepping dinner. That's when Trevor called me over to the edge of the riverbank, about 20 yards from our camp. "Dude, look at this," he said, pointing at the ground. There were tracks in the mud. Not human footprints, not any animal tracks I recognized, and I've been tracking since I was 12. They were roughly triangular, with 3 distinct, I don't even want to call them toes, more like rounded points at each corner. Each impression was about the size of my hand, and they didn't seem to follow any logical pattern. They just appeared in one spot and disappeared about 10 feet away. "What the hell made these?" Trevor asked. I didn't have an answer. I took some pictures with my phone and made a note in my logbook to investigate further in the morning. As the sun was setting, I noticed something on the ridge above our camp. A strange arrangement of rocks in a perfect hexagon. I mentioned it to the others, and we decided we'd hike up there the next morning before breaking camp. I wrote it down in my logbook. "Check hexagonal rock formation on ridge, possible archaeological site." That night around the fire, everyone was quiet. The usual banter and joking was replaced with long silences. Derek kept looking over his shoulder into the darkness. Eliza said she felt like we were being watched. I told her it was just the isolation getting to her, but I felt it too, this pressure, like the air before a thunderstorm. We went to bed around 10. I remember checking my watch before getting into my sleeping bag. I was sharing a tent with Derek, while the others each had their own. I fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from paddling all day. I woke up to a high-pitched humming sound. My first thought was that it was some kind of insect, but it was too mechanical, too consistent. I checked my watch, 2:17 in the morning. Derek was still asleep beside me. The humming stopped, then started again, slightly louder. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The night was clear, moonless, with thousands of stars visible. The air felt unnaturally still, no wind, no sounds of nocturnal animals, nothing, just that humming, which seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. That's when I noticed the lights on the ridge, exactly where the hexagonal rock formation was. They weren't flashlights or lanterns, they were just points of light, bluish-white, hovering and pulsating slightly, 5 or 6 of them in a row. I called out quietly, thinking maybe another group of campers had set up on the ridge, though that seemed unlikely given how remote we were. No response. The lights didn't move. I went to Trevor's tent and woke him up. He grabbed his camera immediately. He's always documenting everything. We stood there watching the lights for maybe 5 minutes. They didn't do anything dramatic, just hovered and pulsed slightly. Then one by one, they blinked out. "What the hell was that?" Trevor whispered. "I don't know. Probably just someone else camping up there," I said, not believing it myself. We decided to wake the others. As Trevor moved toward Marissa's tent, he suddenly froze. I followed his gaze to the edge of our campsite, where the trees started. There was something there. I still have trouble describing it. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and unnaturally thin. It didn't move like a person. It sort of swayed like seaweed in a current. I couldn't make out features, just this dark, vertical shape. Trevor raised his camera and took a photo. The flash lit up the campsite for a split second, and in that instant, the figure was gone. Just gone. Not like it ran away, like it simply ceased to exist when the light hit it. We woke everyone up. Derek thought we were messing with him at first, but he could tell from our faces that something was seriously wrong. We all huddled by the dead fire pit, speaking in whispers. Eliza suggested we pack up and leave immediately, but none of us wanted to navigate that river in the dark. "Let's just stay together until morning," Marissa said. "We'll leave at first light." We agreed to that plan. None of us would be sleeping anyway. Trevor set up his headlamp pointing outward from our circle, and the rest of us did the same with ours. 5 headlamps creating a perimeter of light around us. For about an hour, we sat there in silence, occasionally whispering theories about what we'd seen, conventional explanations, other campers, wildlife, tricks of light. None of it fit. Then the humming started again, louder this time, not just a sound anymore. I could feel it in my chest, in my teeth. The air seemed to thicken. My ears popped like when you're changing altitude rapidly. "Look," Eliza whispered, pointing up. Above us, directly over our campsite, were points of light, dozens of them, not arranged randomly like stars, but in perfect geometric patterns, triangles within hexagons within circles. They were moving slightly, rotating around a central axis. Derek stood up, staring upward. "This isn't right," he kept saying. "This isn't right." The lights began to descend slowly. The humming intensified until it was almost painful. I reached for my logbook. Why, I don't know. Maybe to document what was happening. I started writing. "They're coming from the..." That's when everything went wrong. The air around us seemed to fold somehow. I know that doesn't make sense, but it's the only way I can describe it. Like reality itself bent inward. The lights were suddenly all around us, not just above. Our headlamps flickered and went out simultaneously, even though they were all new batteries. I felt something cold brush against my arm. Not like a hand or an object, more like being touched by fog, but a fog that left my skin burning with cold. I heard Marissa scream, then Eliza. Derek was suddenly not beside me anymore, though I hadn't seen him move. The ground beneath us began to vibrate. The vibration traveled up through my body until my vision blurred. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. It was like being paralyzed while completely aware. I saw Trevor rise from the ground, not like he was standing up, but like he was being lifted by something I couldn't see. His body was rigid, his eyes wide and reflecting the strange lights around us. He didn't speak, didn't struggle. Then he was simply gone. There 1 second, not there the next. One by one, I watched the same thing happen to Eliza, then Marissa. Derek was already missing. I tried to scream but couldn't. I tried to run but my legs wouldn't respond. The last thing I remember is looking down at my logbook, trying to finish my sentence. The pen hovered over the page, my hand trembling violently. The lights closed in around me. I woke up in my apartment in Austin. 6 days had passed. My car was in the parking lot, keys in my pocket. I had no memory of how I got there, no memory of anything after those lights surrounded me. The authorities found our campsite 3 days after we vanished. Everything was still there. The tents, our gear, food half prepared. Our canoes were still secured at the riverbank. They found our headlamps arranged in that perfect circle, all pointing inward. They found my logbook with that unfinished sentence, but they didn't find us. Because somehow, I was back home. But the others, Derek, Eliza, Marissa, Trevor, they're still missing. 6 months after it happened, someone found Trevor's camera 20 miles from our campsite. The photos showed exactly what we saw. The lights on the ridge, that tall shadow figure, and finally those geometric patterns of lights. The strangest part? When investigators tried to track down Henry Blackwell, the rancher who warned us, they discovered he'd died in 1998, 18 years before our trip. I've been cooperating with the search teams, the police, even some scientists who analyzed soil samples from the site and found some unidentified fungal spores. They're looking for rational explanations. Missing persons cases, even strange ones, get filed away and explained somehow. But I know what I saw. I know what happened to us wasn't natural. I've tried everything to remember how I got home, what happened during those 6 days, hypnosis, therapy, even some experimental treatments. Nothing works. It's just blank. I don't know why I was returned and the others weren't. I don't sleep much anymore. Every night I hear that humming when I close my eyes. Sometimes I wake up with those triangular marks on my arms that fade within minutes. I'm telling this story now because I need someone to believe me. Something took my friends, something not from here, and I think it's still watching me. If you're planning a trip to Devil's River, don't go, or if you do, carry a satellite phone like they now require. And if you see unusual lights or hear that humming, run. Just run. Story 19. I've never shared this with anyone outside my closest friends. Even now, typing this out at 4 in the morning, the only time I feel safe enough to revisit these memories, my hands are shaking. I guess I'm hoping someone here has experienced something similar, or can offer an explanation that doesn't make me feel like I'm losing my mind. This all started about 7 months ago, when I moved into my apartment at Riverview. It's an older building, maybe from the 70s, but the rent was reasonable and it was close to campus. The first couple months were perfectly normal. Just regular college life, studying for exams, hanging out with my boyfriend Jake, who lived about 15 minutes away. The first incident happened on a Tuesday night in October. I remember it was raining and I had stayed up late finishing a paper. Around 1:30 in the morning, I decided to take a shower before bed. My bathroom has this small frosted window that faces the back of the building. It's on the 2nd floor, so I never bothered with curtains since nobody could see in anyway. I was in the middle of washing my hair when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on the bathroom window. Knock, 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 clear and deliberate, even over the sound of the shower. My first thought was that Jake was playing a prank. He sometimes did stuff like that, and he knew I'd been stressing over my paper. Without thinking, I knocked back, the exact same pattern. Knock, knock, knock. I finished my shower quickly, wrapped a towel around myself, and went to check my phone, expecting a text from Jake saying something like, "Gotcha," or "Look outside." Nothing. I figured maybe he was still hiding somewhere, waiting to scare me, so I called him. "Hey, very funny. You can come out now," I said when he answered. "What are you talking about?" He sounded groggy, like he'd been asleep. "Weren't you just at my apartment, knocking on my bathroom window?" There was a pause on the line. "Emma, I'm in bed. Have been for hours. What's going on?" My blood ran cold. "Someone knocked on my bathroom window while I was in the shower. I thought it was you." "That's impossible," he said, suddenly sounding wide awake. "You're on the 2nd floor." I remember standing there, dripping wet, staring at the bathroom window. "I know." Jake drove over immediately. We checked outside. There was no ladder. No way anyone could have reached that window without some serious equipment. The ground below was just wet mud from the rain, with no footprints or signs that anyone had been there. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, or maybe a branch hitting the window, though there aren't any trees close enough to the building. Jake stayed over that night, and I eventually convinced myself it was nothing. About a week later, I was telling my roommate Melissa about it. She got this weird look on her face and asked if it was exactly 3 knocks. When I said yes, she told me about some superstition her grandmother believed in, that 3 knocks is how entities from the other side request permission to enter, and by knocking back, I had essentially invited whatever it was inside. I laughed it off at the time. I've never been superstitious and the whole thing seemed ridiculous. But then things started happening that I couldn't explain away so easily. It began with waking up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was hovering directly above my face. You know that feeling when someone is standing too close to you, how you can sense their presence without seeing them? It was exactly like that, but more intense. My eyes would snap open, heart pounding, absolutely certain someone was leaning over me, but there was never anyone there, just the darkness of my room and that lingering sensation that I just missed seeing something. This happened maybe twice a week at first, then it became almost nightly, always between 2 and 3 in the morning. Then came the noises. My apartment isn't large, just a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. At night, especially between 2 and 3, I'd hear creaking floorboards, slow, deliberate steps moving from the living room to the kitchen, then down the hallway toward the bedrooms. Our building is old, so at first I wrote it off as normal settling noises or maybe Melissa getting a midnight snack. But one night, the footsteps stopped right outside my door while Melissa was away visiting her parents. I lay there frozen under my covers, listening to the silence that somehow felt louder than any noise. My doorknob didn't turn, nothing happened, but I swear I could feel something, standing there just on the other side of my door. The next morning, I asked our downstairs neighbors if they'd heard anyone walking around late at night. They hadn't heard a thing. Over the next few months, the experiences became more frequent and increasingly convincing. Sometimes I'd hear Jake's specific walking pattern. He has a slight hitch in his step from an old football injury, coming down the hallway. I'd look toward the door expectantly, waiting for him to come in, only to remember he wasn't even in the building. This has happened at least a dozen times now, and each time feels more real than the last. One night in January, I woke up to those familiar footsteps in the hallway. They stopped outside my door, and then I heard 3 distinct knocks, the same pattern from the bathroom window. Knock, knock, knock. I lay there, heart threatening to burst from my chest, refusing to answer or even move. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I heard the footsteps retreat down the hallway. The next morning, I asked Melissa if she'd knocked on my door during the night. She hadn't. She'd slept through the night without hearing anything. I've tried everything. I've had Jake stay over more often, but the incidents still occur, just less frequently when he's here. I've tried leaving lights on, playing music while I sleep, even sleeping on the couch in the living room instead of my bedroom. Nothing helps. The only consistent thing is that after 3 a.m. everything stops. If I can stay awake until then, I'm usually fine for the rest of the night. Last week, things escalated in a way that has me truly terrified. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone around 2:30 in the morning, trying to stay awake until the safe time. I heard the familiar footsteps coming down the hallway, stopping outside my door. I held my breath, waiting for them to move on as they usually did. Instead, my door slowly began to open. I keep it closed but unlocked at night, a habit I'm definitely changing after this. As the door swung inward, I could see nothing but the dark hallway beyond. No person, no shape, nothing visible at all. But the door was opening, inch by inch, as if pushed by an invisible hand. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but watch as my door opened fully and the footsteps, still with no visible source, entered my room. I felt the presence move toward my bed, felt the air grow colder with each step. Then my bedside lamp turned on by itself. The shock of the sudden light broke whatever paralysis had gripped me. I bolted from my bed, ran past the still open door, and spent the rest of the night in Melissa's room, rambling through tears about what had happened. She believed me. She'd been experiencing some strange things herself, though nothing as direct as what I'd seen. We sage-smudged the apartment the next day. Melissa's aunt is into that kind of spiritual cleansing, and while I've always been skeptical, I was desperate enough to try anything. For 2 blissful nights, everything was quiet, no hovering presence, no footsteps, nothing. Then last night, I woke up at exactly 2:33, according to my phone. The room was freezing cold despite it being April, and I could see my breath fogging in the air. As I reached to turn on my lamp, I heard it. 3 knocks, not on my door this time, but on the wall directly above my headboard. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then a whisper so close to my ear it could have been inside my own head. "You already let me in. I haven't slept since. I'm writing this as the sun comes up, trying to make sense of what's happening. I don't believe in ghosts or demons, but I can't explain any of this. The rational part of my brain keeps searching for logical explanations. Old pipes, drafty windows, stress-induced hallucinations, but none of them account for everything I've experienced. Whatever started with those 3 knocks on my bathroom window 7 months ago, it's still here. It's getting stronger, more bold, and I'm terrified that one night, between 2 and 3 a.m., I'm going to see exactly what's been visiting me all these months. I don't know what to do anymore. Moving isn't an option financially right now, and I'm not even sure it would help. What if it follows me? What if, by knocking back that night, I somehow tied this thing to me rather than just my apartment? All I know is I can't keep living like this, jumping at every creak and shadow, dreading the hours between 2 and 3 a.m. Something has to change. I just don't know what. Story 20. I still can't explain what happened to me in April 2020, and I'm not sure I want to. Sometimes I think about going back to therapy as the provider, not the patient, but my body literally won't let me. I'm not being dramatic. My hands shake, my throat closes up, and I feel physically ill at the thought of returning to my former career. It sounds crazy, I know, but a 10-minute meditation permanently altered my entire life, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. For context, I'd been a therapist for 18 years. I have a master's degree, multiple certifications, and specialized in working with adolescents after spending years in high-stress institutional settings with adults. By comparison, my private practice felt manageable, teaching teenagers meditation techniques, coping skills for anxiety, that kind of thing. It was rewarding work, and I was good at it. Then the pandemic hit. Like everyone else, I was suddenly juggling remote work while my kids were home all day. My husband was considered essential, so he was still going to his job while I balanced Zoom sessions with clients and making sure my children weren't killing each other or burning the house down. Cedar Grove is a pretty typical suburb. Nice enough, quiet, the kind of place where everyone's lawn looks suspiciously similar. We moved here for the schools and the normalcy. That particular day, April 12, 2020, was unusually stressful. My 9-year-old had a meltdown over his math assignment. My 12-year-old was mad because she couldn't see her friends, and I'd spent the morning talking 3 different clients through panic attacks about the state of the world. By 4 in the afternoon, I was completely drained. I remember looking at the clock and deciding I needed just 10 minutes to reset before starting dinner. 10 minutes of silence to decompress. That's all I wanted. The kids were finally occupied. I could hear them laughing at something on YouTube in the living room, so I slipped into my bedroom and closed the door. I grabbed my meditation headband, this fancy thing I'd bought myself for Christmas. It had built-in earbuds and connected to my phone via Bluetooth. Nothing unusual there. I'd used it dozens of times before. I sat on the edge of my bed, put it on, opened Spotify, and clicked on the first meditation track I saw in my recommended list. I didn't even look at the title, just hit play and closed my eyes. The track started with a single tone, one steady frequency that gradually got louder. Then came some chimes, spaced evenly apart. Pretty standard meditation fare. I focused on my breathing, trying to let go of the day's stress. That's when things got weird. About 30 seconds in, I felt this unusual warmth spreading through my entire body. It wasn't uncomfortable, just noticeable. Like I'd been sitting in a cold room and someone had suddenly cranked up the heat. I kept my eyes closed, but behind my eyelids, I started seeing the most vivid kaleidoscope of colors, mostly purples, blues, and what I can only describe as a rainbow that moved and pulsed with the music. I remember thinking, wow, this is a really effective meditation track, still believing this was just deep relaxation. Then came the tingling. It started at the base of my spine, a distinct electric sensation that I could feel traveling upward, vertebra by vertebra. It wasn't painful, but it was intense enough that I wanted to open my eyes and stop, but I couldn't. Not didn't want to, literally could not. My body wouldn't respond to my commands. I was completely paralyzed. The tingling continued up my spine until it reached the base of my skull, then spread across my scalp until it concentrated at my forehead. The sensation there became incredibly hot, not burning, but like someone was holding a warm light bulb against my skin. The pressure built and built until I had the distinct sensation that the top quarter of my head had opened up. I know how that sounds. I'm a mental health professional, or was, and if a client described this to me, I'd be concerned about a dissociative episode or possibly hallucinations. But I wasn't scared in the moment. I was fascinated, completely aware but utterly immobilized. What happened next is the hardest part to explain. I felt something moving through me, like a serpent made of energy crawling up my spine, out through the opening in my head, and then back down again in a continuous loop. With each cycle, the colors behind my eyelids grew more intense, and the warmth throughout my body deepened. Time completely distorted. What my phone later told me was about 10 minutes felt like hours. I existed in this strange state of paralyzed awareness, watching these incredible visuals and feeling this energy move through me, unable to stop it or even want to stop it. Then, suddenly, a loud bell rang, the ending chime of the meditation track, and just like that, I snapped back to reality. My eyes flew open. I could hear my kids still playing in the other room. The sunlight was exactly the same coming through my bedroom window. Nothing had changed, except everything had. I sat there for a minute, trying to process what had just happened. My hands were shaking as I took off the headband. I remember looking at it like it was a dangerous animal, setting it down on my nightstand carefully, as if it might bite me. I never wore it again after that day. After catching my breath, I picked up my phone to see what the hell that track was. I opened Spotify, went to my recently played list, and nothing. It was completely empty. Not just the track I'd listened to, everything. It looked like a brand new account. I checked to make sure I was logged in correctly, and I was. My playlists were all there, my saved songs, everything else. But my recently played history had been wiped clean. I tried to search for meditation tracks that might match what I'd heard, but nothing seemed right. Eventually I gave up and went to make dinner, still feeling disoriented and slightly dizzy. The next morning, I woke up different. There's really no other way to describe it. Physically, I looked the same, but something fundamental had shifted inside me. When I opened my laptop to prepare for my first client of the day, I felt this overwhelming sense of wrongness. My chest tightened, my hands got clammy, and I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. I called in sick that day, figuring it was just stress or maybe a virus. But the same thing happened the next day and the next. Every time I tried to work, my body physically rejected it. This wasn't burnout. I'd experienced that before. This was like my body had developed an allergic reaction to my career. Within 2 weeks, I had transferred all my clients to colleagues and closed my practice. 18 years of education, training, and experience gone, just like that. My husband thought I was having a breakdown. Hell, I thought I was having a breakdown. I went to doctors, had blood work done, saw a therapist myself. Nothing showed up on tests, though I did develop thyroid issues a few months later. They're in remission now. What's stranger is that I didn't feel depressed about walking away from my career. I felt lighter, relieved, like I'd been carrying a weight I didn't know about until it was gone. The thought of going back to mental health work still makes my body physically revolt. My husband calls it passion paralyzation, like my purpose was forcibly redirected. The really weird part? I still occasionally get that intense tingling in my forehead. It happens randomly while I'm driving, cooking, or just sitting around. It lasts for a few seconds, then fades away, a reminder of whatever happened that day. I've spent countless hours researching what might explain my experience. The closest thing I've found is descriptions of Kundalini awakening in yogic traditions, this idea of dormant energy at the base of the spine that, when awakened, rises up through the chakras and leads to spiritual enlightenment or transformation. But can a random song through Spotify trigger something like that? I'm skeptical. It's been 3 years now. I work construction jobs these days, physical labor that keeps me present and doesn't set off whatever switch got flipped in my brain. My family adjusted to the new me, though they still don't fully understand what happened. Neither do I. Sometimes I wonder about that song. Was it somehow designed to trigger this response? Was there something embedded in the frequencies? Or did I just happen to be in exactly the right or wrong mental state for something that was already brewing inside me to break through? I've never found that track again. I've tried describing the sounds to music-savvy friends, searched using every keyword I can think of, even contacted Spotify support about my mysteriously cleared history. Nothing. What I do know is that a 10-minute meditation completely derailed the carefully planned trajectory of my life. My type A workaholic personality was replaced with someone who values simplicity and presence. I spend more time with my kids. I sleep better. I don't check my email compulsively. Is this better? Probably. But the lack of choice in the matter is what haunts me. Something reached inside me that day and permanently rearranged my priorities, my passions, my very essence. Not through convincing arguments or gradual realization, but through some kind of metaphysical hijacking that I still can't explain. Whatever it was, spiritual awakening, bizarre neurological event, or something else entirely, I was held hostage by a song that day. And the person who walked into that bedroom never really came back out. Story 21. I never should have moved to Thurso. 3 years later, and I'm still having nightmares about that place. I'd always dreamed of living in the Scottish Highlands, the rugged landscape, the history, the remoteness of it all. It seemed like the perfect escape from my mundane life in Yorkshire. When a job opportunity came up in Thurso, the northernmost town on mainland Britain, I jumped at the chance. I packed up my things, loaded my dog Maisie into the car, and drove north with nothing but excitement and optimism. The drive up was gorgeous. As the landscape changed from rolling hills to dramatic mountains, I felt like I was heading toward a new life, something better. The isolation didn't bother me. I've always been a bit of a loner, and I had Maisie for company. I'd read about the northern lights, the wildlife, the ancient stone formations. It all sounded magical. My first few weeks in Thurso were exactly what I'd hoped for. My little rented cottage on the outskirts of town had views of the sea, and I spent my evenings watching the sunset over Thurso Bay. The locals were reserved but polite. I started my new job, settled into a routine, but there was something off about the place, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was about a month after I moved in that I first felt it. This sense that Caithness wasn't just remote, it was somehow separate, like it existed in its own pocket of reality. The constant wind, the grey skies, the crumbling cliffs, they started to feel less majestic and more menacing. My first real sign that something wasn't right came during one of my walks with Maisie. She's a border collie, full of energy, and needs long walks every day. We'd taken to exploring the coastline east of Thurso, where the cliffs dropped dramatically into the North Sea. It was early March, cold but clear. and we'd walked about 3 miles from town when Maisie started acting strange. She was pulling at her leash, whining, her ears flat against her head. I followed her gaze, and that's when I saw them. Dozens of dead seabirds scattered across the bedrock floor by the sea. Gannets mostly, their white bodies stark against the dark rock. Some looked like they'd just fallen from the sky. Others had clearly been there for days, their bodies in various states of decay. I stood there frozen while Maisie continued to whine. There was no obvious cause of death, no oil spill, no visible injuries, just dead birds everywhere. The smell was awful, this mix of rotting fish and something else I couldn't identify. I turned back toward town, suddenly not wanting to be out there alone. The next day, I mentioned the birds to a colleague at work. He shrugged it off, said it happens sometimes. "Bird flu, probably," he said, not looking up from his computer. "Don't touch them." That afternoon, I took a different route with Maisie, sticking closer to town. We were walking along the harbor when I noticed a woman watching us. She had a young daughter with her, maybe 7 or 8, and a dog that looked exactly like Maisie. Same coloring, same white patch on the chest, even the same slightly crooked ear. It was unsettling. The woman approached me, her face serious. "You're new here," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, uncomfortable under her scrutiny. "I heard you found the birds yesterday," she continued, "east of town." I was surprised she knew, but nodded again. "It's bird flu," she said, echoing my colleague. "Don't touch them, and don't let your dog near them." She glanced down at Maisie, then at her own identical dog. "The sickness spreads." Before I could respond, she took her daughter's hand and walked away. The little girl looked back at me once, her expression solemn, too adult for her young face. I tried to shake off the encounter, but something about it felt like a warning. Not just about bird flu, but about something else, something worse. Life went on. Winter turned to spring, spring to summer. I settled into my job, made a few acquaintances. I wouldn't call them friends. Explored the coastline when the weather was good, but I never felt entirely comfortable in Thurso. There was always this underlying sense that I didn't belong, that the town and the surrounding landscape were somehow watching me. I started noticing things. How many people in town seemed to be transplants like me, drawn to this remote corner of Scotland for reasons they couldn't quite articulate. How many of them seemed lost, adrift. The locals kept to themselves, lived by rules and rhythms that outsiders couldn't grasp. They tolerated us, but never accepted us. It was about a year after the dead birds incident when I made my second disturbing discovery. I was walking alone along Thurso Bay Beach. Maisie was at the vet getting some vaccines when I spotted something strange at the water's edge. At first, I thought it was driftwood, but as I got closer, I realized it was the carcass of some animal. It looked like a goat or maybe a small sheep, but there was something wrong with it. The upper body, the head, neck, and front legs, was completely skeletal, picked clean of flesh, but the lower body was intact, covered in dark gray fur. It was positioned on its back, front legs splayed outward, back legs folded under it. What struck me, what made my blood run cold, was how much it resembled the satanic image of Baphomet, the goat-headed deity sitting in that distinctive pose. I'm not a religious person, but seeing that carcass, positioned that way, half skeletal and half intact, it felt deliberate, like a message. I took a photo with my phone, backing away as I did. When I looked at the screen, the image was blurred, like the camera couldn't focus properly. I tried again, same result. When I got home and checked my phone, the photos were gone completely. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that carcass, those splayed skeletal limbs. I kept thinking about how the tide should have moved it, how something should have scavenged the rest of it, but it just sat there, half in this world, half in another. The next morning I got a call that my mother had died suddenly back in Yorkshire. Heart attack, they said, completely unexpected. I drove south that same day, numb with shock. She was only 62, After the funeral, I stayed in Yorkshire for a month, sorting out her affairs. Part of me wanted to just stay there, to not go back to Thurso at all. But I had my job, my rented cottage, my responsibilities, and Maisie was being looked after by a neighbour. I couldn't just abandon her, so I went back, and things got worse. The cottage felt different when I returned, colder, more hostile. Maisie seemed jumpy, barking at shadows. At work, people avoided me, like my grief was contagious, or maybe it was something else they were avoiding. 6 months passed. My mother's death had left me isolated, withdrawn. I worked, walked Maisie, went home, barely spoke to anyone. Winter came again, harsh and unforgiving. On Boxing Day, with nothing else to do, I decided to take a long hike along the eastern cliffs, farther than I'd ever gone before. I left early, the winter sun barely lighting the sky. It was cold but clear, the kind of day where the air hurts your lungs. Maisie bounded ahead, happier than she'd been in months. We walked for hours, the cliffs on one side, the vast expanse of the North Sea on the other. I didn't see another living soul. About 10 miles east of Thurso, I came across what looked like an abandoned port settlement. A few stone buildings, a small pier extending into a sheltered cove. It wasn't on any of my maps. The buildings were intact but clearly long deserted, windows boarded up, roofs sagging. It felt like a ghost town. I walked through it cautiously, Maisie sticking close to my legs. There were no signs, no indications of what this place had been, just empty buildings and the constant sound of the sea. I checked my phone, no signal of course, and the GPS wasn't working either, showing me in the middle of the ocean. The short winter day was already fading, and I knew I needed to head back. As I turned to leave, I saw them. 3 men standing by the pier, watching me. They were dressed in dark clothes, faces shadowed. Between them was a metal trash can, and they were burning something in it. I could see the flames, smell the acrid smoke. I raised a hand in greeting, trying to appear casual despite my racing heart. They didn't respond, just kept watching. I called Maisie and started walking back the way I'd come, fighting the urge to run. I could feel their eyes on my back the entire time. It was getting dark quickly, and I knew I wouldn't make it back to Thurso before nightfall. I had a flashlight, but the thought of walking those cliffside paths in the dark was terrifying. I picked up my pace, Maisie trotting beside me. About 2 miles from the abandoned settlement, I saw something on the narrow strip of beach below the cliff path. 2 small, pale forms. I hesitated, then made my way carefully down to the beach. They were seal pups, dead, identical in size, positioned side by side as if placed there deliberately. Both had the same fatal injury, a large bite mark on their sides, and their skulls were missing, cleanly removed. It wasn't the work of another animal. It was too precise, too ritualistic. I stood there, the wind whipping around me, staring at these 2 identical dead creatures, and I knew with absolute certainty that Caithness was cursed, that this remote corner of Scotland was some kind of purgatory, a place where lost souls washed up and never escaped. I made it back to Thurso well after dark, exhausted and chilled to the bone. That night I dreamed of the abandoned settlement, of those men watching me, of dead things arranged in patterns along the shore. In my dream, I was one of those dead things, positioned carefully, part of some larger design I couldn't comprehend. I stayed in Thurso for another 6 months after that, but my heart wasn't in it anymore. I went through the motions, work, home, walking Maisie, but I was just waiting until I could leave. I noticed more and more how many outsiders like me were in Thurso, all of us drawn there for different reasons, but all somehow lost. We were the driftwood washing up on this remote shore while the locals looked on with knowing eyes. There were more incidents in those final months, strange noises outside my cottage at night, items going missing and reappearing in odd places, a persistent feeling of being watched. Once I woke at 3 in the morning to find Maisie standing rigid by the bedroom door, growling at something I couldn't see. 2.5 years after I arrived, I left Thurso for good. Drove south with Maisie, back to Yorkshire, back to somewhere familiar and safe. I never returned, never wanted to. So that's my warning. If you're thinking of moving to Caithness, to Thurso, or any of those small coastal towns, don't, especially if you're running from something, if you have demons chasing you, because they'll find you there. That place attracts the lost, the damaged, the searching, and once it has you, it doesn't let go easily. I still dream about those dead seal pups sometimes, about their missing skulls and the men burning something by the pier, about the half-skeletal goat and the dozens of dead birds. I wake up sweating, heart pounding, convinced that I'm back there, that I never left. Maybe I didn't. Maybe part of me is still walking those wind-swept cliffs, searching for something I'll never find. Caithness has a way of keeping pieces of the people who pass through. I just hope it didn't keep too much of me. Story 22. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me last summer. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, not really telling anyone because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was July 2021, one of those nights where the summer heat finally breaks after sunset. I'd been cooped up in my apartment for days finishing a work project and desperately needed to clear my head. Around 9 in the evening, I decided to take a drive. Nothing planned, just me and the open road. I grabbed my keys, a hoodie, and headed out. I live about 20 minutes from Highway 17, a winding road that cuts through the mountains in Northern California. During the day, it's scenic as hell, but at night, it's a different story. The road gets dark, like pitch black dark, with dense trees creating this tunnel effect. Cell reception is spotty at best, but I've always found night drives therapeutic, so I wasn't concerned. The first hour was exactly what I needed. Windows down, music playing, hardly any other cars. The temperature was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. I remember feeling relaxed for the first time in weeks. That's when I saw her. At first, she was just a pale figure at the edge of my headlights. As I got closer, I could make out a woman in a white sundress standing by the side of the road. Her arm was outstretched, thumb up, the universal hitchhiker signal. I slowed down, partly out of curiosity, partly out of concern. It was nearly 11 at night, and we were miles from anything resembling civilization. I don't normally pick up hitchhikers. I'm not stupid, but something about her seemed so vulnerable. She looked about my age, mid-20s, with this long dark hair that caught the breeze, and she was alone on a deserted highway. What was I supposed to do? I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of her and watched in my rearview mirror as she jogged toward my car. When she opened the passenger door, the interior light illuminated her face. She was pretty in a girl next door kind of way, with these wide brown eyes that seemed grateful but also a little anxious. "Thanks so much for stopping," she said, sliding into the seat. "I didn't think anyone would come by this late." "No problem," I replied. "I'm Jake. Where are you headed?" "Emily," she said. "I'm trying to get to a party at my friend's cabin. I was supposed to go with a group, but we got separated at the last gas station, and they have my phone." She laughed nervously. Stupid, right? Getting stranded like this. It seemed reasonable enough. People make dumb decisions all the time, especially when alcohol might be involved. She didn't seem drunk, though, just a bit flustered. "Which way?" I asked, pulling back onto the highway. "Just keep going straight for now," she said. "It's about 20 minutes up ahead. I'll tell you when to turn." We made small talk as I drove. Emily said she was from San Jose, worked as a graphic designer. Normal stuff, but something felt off. The temperature in the car seemed to drop, and I cranked the heat without mentioning it. Every few minutes, she'd look over her shoulder toward the back seat as if checking for something. I tried to ignore it. About 15 minutes later, she suddenly pointed to a fork in the road I'd never noticed before in all my drives on Highway 17. "Turn left here," she said. The left turn wasn't even a proper road, more like a dirt trail barely wide enough for my car. My instincts screamed at me to keep driving, but Emily was looking at me expectantly, and I felt weirdly compelled to do as she asked. "Are you sure?" I hesitated. "This doesn't look like a main road." "It's a shortcut," she insisted. "The cabin's just through here. Everyone uses this way." Against my better judgment, I turned. The trail was rough, my headlights barely cutting through the darkness as trees pressed in from both sides. The branches seemed to reach toward us, scraping against my car windows. I swear the forest wasn't this dense on the main highway. "It's just up ahead," Emily said, her voice taking on a strange, distant quality. "See that light?" In the distance, I could make out a single point of light flickering through the trees. It didn't look like a cabin, more like a lantern or maybe a campfire. I slowed down even more, my tires crunching over fallen branches and rocks. "Are you sure this is right?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "I don't see a cabin." Emily didn't respond. When I glanced over, she was staring fixedly at the light, her profile eerily still. Her hands were folded in her lap, perfectly motionless. The light ahead of us suddenly went out, plunging the forest into complete darkness, except for my headlights. "Emily," I said, feeling a chill run down my spine. That's when I made the mistake of checking my phone for reception. Force of habit when you're lost. It was only a second, maybe two, but when I looked back at the passenger seat, Emily was gone. Not hiding, not crouched down, not stepped outside. Gone. The passenger door was still closed, locked from when I'd hit the central locking after she got in. The seatbelt she'd been wearing was still fastened, stretched across an empty seat. My heart nearly stopped. I slammed on the brakes and the car skidded to a halt on the dirt road. I turned on the interior lights, checked the back seat, looked under the dashboard. Nothing. It was as if she'd never been there at all. "Emily," I called out, my voice embarrassingly high-pitched. I rolled down the windows, listening. The forest was dead silent. No wind, no animals, nothing. Then I heard it, rustling in the trees just beyond my headlights, something moving through the underbrush. In that moment, all rational thought left me. I threw the car into reverse, nearly took out a tree backing up, then managed to turn around and floored it back toward the highway. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep control of the wheel. I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I'd see Emily, or whatever she was, running after the car. But there was nothing but darkness. I didn't slow down until I hit the main highway, and even then I drove well above the speed limit until I reached the nearest town, a small place called Boulder Creek. It was nearly 1 a.m. when I pulled into a gas station, the only place with lights still on. The attendant, an older guy with a gray beard, looked concerned when I stumbled in, probably white as a sheet and visibly trembling. "You okay, son?" he asked. "Look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed hysterically at that. Instead, I bought a coffee I didn't want just to have a reason to be there, and against my better judgment, I described what had happened. I needed someone to tell me I wasn't losing my mind. The attendant's expression changed as I spoke. He didn't look surprised. He looked resigned, like he'd heard this story before. "Where'd you pick her up?" he asked when I finished. "About 10 miles south of here on the highway." He nodded slowly. "The woman in white. You're not the first." My coffee cup froze halfway to my mouth. "What?" "Been happening for years," he said, lowering his voice even though we were alone in the store. "Different versions of the story. Some say she died in a car accident on her way to a party back in the 90s. Others think she was a hitchhiker who disappeared without a trace. Either way, people see her on that stretch of road, usually at night, usually alone. But she was real," I insisted. "I felt the car dip when she got in. She was wearing a seatbelt. We had a conversation. The attendant just gave me a pitying look. They all say that." I left the gas station with more questions than answers. I drove straight home that night, taking the interstate instead of Highway 17, checking my rearview mirror the entire way. Every time I hit a cold spot in the car, I tensed up, afraid I'd find Emily sitting next to me again. For weeks afterward, I researched missing persons cases in the area, looking for anyone matching Emily's description. I found nothing conclusive. I even drove back to Highway 17 in broad daylight, looking for that dirt road turnoff. I couldn't find it. It was as if it never existed. I've spent months trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe I dozed off at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe I was more exhausted than I realized, and my mind played tricks on me. Maybe Emily was real, and she jumped out of the car when I wasn't looking. Though how she unlocked and relocked the door, unfastened and refastened the seatbelt, all without making a sound, I can't explain. What keeps me up at night isn't just the disappearing act. It's the memory of her eyes when she pointed to that light in the forest. Empty, almost hungry. The way the temperature dropped when she got in my car. The feeling that she was leading me somewhere I wasn't meant to go. I haven't driven Highway 17 at night since then. I don't think I ever will again. Sometimes when I'm alone in my car, I'll catch a glimpse of white in my peripheral vision, or feel a sudden cold spot next to me. And I wonder, what would have happened if I'd reached that light in the forest? Was Emily trying to find her way to the party she never reached, or was she trying to lure me to the same fate she suffered? I don't have answers. All I know is that somewhere on Highway 17, there's a woman in a white sundress waiting for someone to stop. And if you're driving that road late at night and see her, my advice is simple. Keep driving. Don't look back, because I don't think Emily wants a ride to a party. I think she wants company forever.